Welcome everybody to the Great Southern Road Safety Conference for 2023. I'm looking around and I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces, but for those who don't know me, I'm Erin Miller and I'm a project officer with the Cranbrook RoadWise program, and I work alongside Viv in the Main Roads office in Great Southern. We are recording this event today, so it's being published online currently, and also there'll be a recording available later, just so you all know. Thank you very much for being here, and we really appreciate it. I'd first like to hand over to the Shire of Cranbrook CEO, Linda Gray, to welcome us all to the event this morning. Thanks, Linda.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming today, and also my thanks to Vivian from Cranbrook RoadWise for organising this safety conference. As our children grow up in the Great Southern, especially Albany, and move on to Perth as students or working adults, we as parents can remember clearly the worry as they drove back and forwards to Perth. It is something I can always remember about Cranbrook as being significant in its location, the 3 hours distance from Perth playing a part in accidents caused by fatigue, by leaving early after working or partying late. For this reason, I'm pleased that the Shire continues to support road safety through RoadWise, and the establishment of the Highway Truck Bay with the Shire's support is an example of that. Another example, of course, is this conference. There are 6 governing principles for road safety for local governments, which range from leadership, accountability and implementation. These all allow local governments to accomplish good governance in road safety. But to me, on a practical level, as CEO and always looking for funding, I expect that demonstrated support for these principles will allow us to access improved funding for improved roads. That is my aim and hope. Once again, thank you for your attendance today.
Thank you so much, Linda, for that welcome. The Shire of Cranbrook has been instrumental in putting this conference together, along with the Road Safety Commission and the Cranbrook RoadWise Committee, so thank you very much for your support. I'd now like to welcome Marie Eads up to give us a welcome to country today. Thank you so much, Marie.
Good morning and hello to everyone, and I'll just tell you a little bit about my connection to Cranbrook. I was raised throughout the Cranbrook district, lived with my parents where they worked on the farms around the Franklin Cranbrook areas. My mother was born up there in the Aboriginal birthing grounds, and I attended the primary school here at Cranbrook, and right up to grade 7, and then I left for Mount Barker High, and then worked around Cranbrook for the farmers' wives. When that all finished, I got on the road and hitchhiked to Albany, hitchhiked a lift, and I got a job in Albany, and I've been there ever since. Now, welcome to country. I begin to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we are meeting on today, and I pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. I extend my respect to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who may be here today. Thank you and enjoy your meeting. Thank you, and thank you, Jeff. And I'll go, yeah. Thank you, ta-da.
Thank you very much, Marie. A little bit of housekeeping before we get started. Obviously, water over to the side, emergency exit out there and out here as well if you're through in the toilets, which are through in the back. Please make sure your phones are quiet, and if you need to take a call, step outside, either that way or out that way. We obviously know that you're all working people, so but just take outside. I think that one of the strengths of an event like this today is the networking that you can get done and meeting new people. So please make sure you take those opportunities during the breaks to get to know people who are here today. And if you are watching online, we really welcome you as well. And I'm sure that Viv would be happy to take your emails and make connections with you outside of the forum that we have here today. So first up, we have some police officers to come and sort of set the scene, I guess, for what we're going to do today. We have Police Superintendent Paul Coombs and Sergeant Derek Grimes. Mr Coombs has 42 years of service with the WA Police, the majority of which has been spent in major crimes, including 14 years direct involvement in the Macro Claremont serial killing case. Mr Coombs has extensive experience as a superintendent, notably in charge of the Perth Metropolitan District, Pilbara District, and now the Great Southern. He is the recipient of the Australian Police Medal for service to major crime homicide investigations. We also have Sergeant Derek Grimes, who is officer in charge of the Great Southern Traffic and also the Great Southern District Traffic Coordinator. That's a bit of a mouthful. Derek has 25 years frontline service with the WA Police and has served in regional WA since 2002 and was stationed in Cranbrook for just under 4 years from 2002 to 2006. So we welcome you both today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thanks to everyone for being here today. Especially also like to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the land that we meet, and also respects to elders, past, present and future elders. One thing not mentioned on that introduction is that I'm a very passionate North Melbourne supporter, so please have sympathy and a little bit of empathy today, so we'll see how we go there. Sadly, also today, and a sobering moment, is that some of my officers are out at a fatality as we meet here this morning on our roads. And as we know, Great Southern has always has been a focus point in regard to road fatalities and serious crashes. And our stats and numbers, which Derek will go into in great detail, sadly, are above average and very concerning for us. But I'd just like to reinforce that the Great Southern District Police, road policing and fatalities and crashes is one of our major priorities. And I've only been in place here for 3 months, but we've got a number of major projects underway. In fact, I'm in Perth next week meeting with the senior executive in regard to some strategies that we're planning. And for example, just additional traffic police in our northern sector to have another cell of traffic office based in Narrogin is one of the priorities that we're looking at. State traffic, doing numbers of patrols throughout our district, and we're looking at increasing that as well. But I'll let Derek go through all the priorities that our traffic officers and our general duties police perform. As you know, we have 24 police stations throughout the Great Southern, and all officers are heavily involved in road policing throughout our district. As was highlighted, my experience is quite substantial with WA Police, in the majority in crime, however, recently 4 years in the Pilbara. And I do note the differences in road policing from Pilbara to Great Southern, and in my short time here, quite surprised and alarmed at some of the behaviour of motorists. You know, it doesn't matter where they come from, but and already a number of trips up and down the Albany Highway to Perth, I've had to you know, get involved myself in regard to the behaviour of some of our road users. And that's an area that I'm really interested in. In my time in major crime, I've done a lot of studies in behavioural science and basically what makes people tick. And a real question is what makes normal and good people drive sometimes the way they do on the roads, and the risk that they put themselves at and others. So we're going to have a real focus on that in the coming future. So thanks once again. I think we've got a panel later on, and we'll be open to questions, which will be really important, and the feedback from that will be great. So I'll call on Derek now to go through our presentation. Thank you.
Morning all. I've just kept it rather brief this morning just for a quick overview from us. No doubt from the presenters later on you'll get quite a few statistics coming through. Just to note that our borders are different from the government borders as well, so the stats can change slightly. It's better. Okay, so just a couple of brief stats. 195 sworn officers, we've got 24 stations, and then Great Southern Traffic, we have 5, myself and 4 constables, and our area is the whole Great Southern. So we actually sit alongside all the police stations. So all the police stations are responsible for their crime and their traffic as well, and we are just another unit that sit alongside them and come and help them on certain cases or operations, and then we've got our own tasks as well. We always pull in state traffic, REU, and the booze bus as well to help. So that's our area that we cover. So Great Southern, we go right up to Boddington, over to Hyde and Hopetown. So that's our district boundaries, and also my boundaries as well for our officers. So we'll go away for 2 or 3 days at a time, using accommodation, and we'll visit the whole area best we can. So these are the major things that we're looking at. We're there to provide the high police presence on the Great Southern roads, to assist with all the emergencies, serious crashes and fatalities, detect any offences, investigate them, and obviously prosecute where appropriate. On the serious crashes or fatals, we use the experience of Major Crash. They will come in, they will take over the investigation, and they will carry on through with the prosecution, and the local guys will assist where we can. Category A offences, I'll go through them in the next slide, what they actually are, but they account for 90%, they account for 90% of all of our traffic outcomes. And as a part of that, they form a huge part of our serious and fatal crashes, and that's the reason why we target them. And so the Category A offences, you can tell my traffic officer I'm not a technical.
Point it this way and see if it works.
Yeah, because it's not. I am pressing it. There we are. Knew they were there. Okay, so impaired driving is that's alcohol and drug testing. That's Category A offence. Careless, dangerous and reckless, speeding, no authority to drive, using a phone, and seatbelts. Seatbelts at the moment are a bit of a bugbear for me. I'm finding that a lot of people are not wearing their seatbelts, especially in trucks. So I'll be starting an action plan very shortly on that for the whole district. But there, what we're finding is it's what's going through in all the serious fatal crashes, and that's the reason why we have such a focus on it. That's at the top, and in addition to that, we're using other operations, for example, Operation Perception. Now, that's externally funded from WA Police, and that's purely to increase our presence on the road, and it's mainly focused around random breath testing and drug testing. So that's in addition to what we normally do as a normal business. Regional Roads Enforcement is a great operation done by State Traffic, and we got involved in that as well. And the whole idea is to spend 10 hours out on the road, purely traffic, and you're basically stopping anything that moves, which is a great thing. And because of the visual presence on the road that we do that, and you're segregated from all your crime issues, you get a huge amount of presence on that road. So you're driving down the street, seeing the police car with the flashing lights. So not only are we talking to the person that we're dealing with, we're actually talking to all the other people driving by, seeing us out there. So a couple of stats coming up. Operation Perception, as I said, that's externally funded. So that gave us an extra 1,200 hours last year, and well, from 1st of July last year to now, and that's still going. So they're the hours that we wouldn't normally have. And we're looking at 20,500 breath tests, which we have exceeded, and 900 drug wipe tests. That's purely just on that, over and above what we normally do. Regional Roads Enforcement, that got cut short, but that's going to be starting back up very shortly. Okay, these are a couple of stats. You'll see the first line there, the 43,000. That's where we were sitting on the 9th of March last week, and that's for the whole district. So that's breath tests, speeding infringements and all the way down. Figures on the right-hand side are what we're projected to get, and at the moment we're going to be exceeding that as well. So when you start looking at the 71,000 breath tests, and then you add all the other operations that we do, we're well over 100,000. Couple of maps, or graphs I should say. Okay, this is looking at your serious and your fatal crashes. You can see there's 24 total in 2023. 13 come from the regional and 11 from metro. Okay, so it comes to 24. As the boss said earlier on this morning, we've had a fatality this morning, but we'll look at these figures at the moment. So we've had 6 fatal crashes in the Great Southern year to date. That's from the 1st to the 1st, with 7 deceased. So when you look at that,
Do you want me to just move it?
yeah, if you don't mind, it's, yep. Yes, please. Okay, so when you look at those ones, we've had 13 in the regional. We've had 6 fatals first time out of 13 for regional. We're looking at 25% of all the fatal crashes out of the 24, 6 out of 24, and then we're 46 in the regional. So we're not travelling too well at all. And again, that's sort of got worse from this morning. Thanks. So the contributing factors, I did a report last year and looking at it again this year. No doubt other presenters will support this. They are major contributing factors to all the crashes that we've got. Inattention I've put as number 1, and fatigue. Very hard to tell the difference sometimes when you have a single car hit a tree fatality off. Whether was it inattention, was it fatigue? Unfortunately, a lot of times that can answer that question was the deceased. So, but those two are a major factor. And can go up to about 62%, I think, last year, where it was undetermined, and fatigue or inattention was the issue. Speeding, impaired drivers, and it goes down. I've added on the lack of patience on the bottom, and the reason for that is if you travel up and down Albany Highway, especially on long weekends, that should maybe go up to number 1 sometimes. It's just people are not taking that patience to sit back and wait, especially in overtaking lanes. So when you look at the likelihood of who might crash, and this is taken from some of the data from the Road Safety Commission. When you look at a crash out here in the rural Great Southern, you're more likely to be a male, and there's 3 categories, 20 to 29, 30 to 39, 40 to 49. I've carried them all into one area there because they're all quite equally distributed. So single vehicle, and it'll be in a 110 zone, and if you had the crash, it would be more than likely against a tree. And from what I could read this morning on the job, there was limited details. That's exactly what's happened. There's a male, car versus tree. However, some of these crashes, as I'll go into in a minute on a map, they're not always happening on Albany Highway. They're happening on secondary roads. Thanks. So this is a bit of a crude map. This is just a ready reckoner map up on my board in my office just to help me answer any questions and see what's going on. So it's not really, but it shows my point. All the black dots are all fatalities, what we had last year, and the red are serious crashes. Now, serious crashes can change in definition. It might be serious at the time of the crash, and once they go to hospital and they further investigate medically, they may no longer be serious, they might be fine. So, but the fatalities, you can see they're distributed all over the place. There's no sort of rhyme or reason why they're happening. And they're not all on Albany Highway, is what some people think. Thanks. So this is this year. So at the moment, we've got fatalities, only 2 south of, there's Beaufort River in the middle there, over in West River, which was not long ago, and we've got 4 up the top, and now as of today, we've got 1 just south of Darkin. Again, only really 2 on the highway out of the 7. So at the moment, what we're doing, we did a report last year, we're having a look at it, we're going to be reviewing everything a little bit more thoroughly now. So what I'm currently doing is looking at all the fatal and serious crashes that's happened over the last 3 years, mapping them by GPS coordinates, then overlaying all of our police operations, and then overlaying all of our speed camera locations that I set, and look at the other patrols that we're doing and making sure that we're in the right area. So if we're trying to use all that science together, put it all together, then that's the way we might have a better idea where to go. But when you look at those maps, it's all over the place at the moment. So it's hard to know where the next one's going to happen. Short and brief. Any questions?
When I have a look at the spread of incidents and accidents, and I see the majority of the checks as breathalyzers and for drugs, etc.
Yep.
What's been the correlation between the vehicle appropriateness on the roads? Because I drive over 1,000 kilometres a week.
Yep.
And high volume of vehicles that I see, there's bits hanging off them, loaded to the neck, overloaded.
Yep.
What's that correlation with the accidents?
Well, I haven't got any stats on that, but what we're finding, any car goes through a serious crash or fatality crash, we get vehicle examiners from Perth to come down and examine them. A lot of them that I've seen that come through our office is there was no real contributing factor. The tyres might be bald, well, partly bald if it's not across the whole width of the tyre, but it will say that was unlikely to have caused the crash. So they can actually have a look at that and then note the defects on the cars, but then they'll put a recommendation forward whether they thought that was a contributing factor to that crash. And I haven't really seen too many that there was an actual issue that caused the crash. A lot of it's driver behaviour.
And heavy vehicles?
Heavy vehicles, look, yeah, we'll look at them as well. Again, they come down, they get seized as well, and all the trailers at great cost. But again, a lot of that comes down to, we actually weigh them as well. Well, the heavies will come down and do it, Department of Transport, and they'll look at that. And yeah, I haven't actually seen anyone being over or any major defects on them. But there's obviously some defects, but not contributing to the actual crash. So.
With regard to the fatalities, is there a pattern emerging with the time of the fatalities?
No. The report I did last year, I looked at all the timings. They were all over the place, and some of them were hard to tell because, people would get up at 6 in the morning and go to work and find a car versus tree. So at what time period did that happen? We don't know. We could work out they left work last night or left someone's at 11 o'clock last night, but at what particular time. But there was no pattern. I even looked at whether they were locals or whether they were visitors. And how long. I was trying to work out the fatigue side of things. And what I found there was, for example, like me, I drive from Perth and I come back home. I'm a local, but if I crash in Millbrook, everyone goes, oh, he's a local and he crashed local. But I actually drove from Perth and I did a day trip. So is it fatigue? Where if you just looked at purely where you crash and where you live, you're forgetting what they've done that day. For me to investigate that further, I would need to go back to major crash, look at all their files. The coroner is about 6 months behind, 6 to 9 months behind on finding what the findings are for each crash. And the only way for me to work that out would be to go back and disturb the families again to find out exactly where they went that day, and I don't think that's appropriate.
You had in your list of, the main contributing factors is speeding.
Yep.
And I just wanted to check, is that actually speeding as in somebody driving over the posted or default speed limit, or is it just somebody travelling at an inappropriate speed, which may actually be legal?
Both. So you might get, so you've got to drive to the conditions. Majority are speeding over the posted speed limit. That'd be the far majority, but there has been some where the speed limit might be 110 and they've taken a corner and the conditions of the road wasn't appropriate. Gravel roads is one of them. Yeah, so open gravel roads, yeah, that could be 110.
That's why I asked, because speeding to me is making a decision to go over a posted or default speed limit, whereas some people don't understand it. that the government says it's okay to do 110 on a gravel road.
Yep.
So they do 110?
Yep. It's exactly like the people in Perth. They sit at the lights, they see green, they just go straight ahead. Green doesn't mean you can go. It means you can go if it's safe to do so. Yeah, so yeah, exactly right. The next slide was any difficult questions to the superintendent, but quick, you can go back now.
I was just about to say what a great job Derek does, however. No, but so not only does Derek run our traffic cell, but he coordinates through all the OICs and all the police stations in the district. And your question around, appropriate speed and my short experience here, the roadworks on the Albany Highway in particular, you get stopped, we get escorted through the roadworks, and the driver behaviour post when the ute pulls off to the side of the road, it's like safety car in V8 supercars. It's like everyone's doing 60 k's. The next minute, and I had the experience of a guy coming forward back, he's probably only doing 110 when he's come past everyone, but completely, dangerous, behaviour. So it's not just those that are doing 130 for sure.
And even when long weekends, when that scenario happens on overtaking lanes, we might be coming the other way. We've detected the high speed on our radar, but we've got to do a risk assessment as well. For us to turn around and put the blue lights on and spin around when there's another 50 cars coming direct towards us, there's risk to us, risk to them, and then there's another issue of us, we've got to catch him. If he's already speeding, then you've got us doing 140, 150. To try and catch him, it's just not, the risk is too great, therefore we won't turn around. So we'll try and radio another car. So we've got to make that evaluation as well. We just don't take it a blanket, turn around and belt half of them.
And obviously police presence on the highways is the best thing we can do, but unfortunately we can't be 24/7 on the highway. So this is one of the purposes of the forums today, to look at that behavioural aspect of it. So.
And whoever's next, if they can make a few errors, it'll make me look good. So.
Hey, show that.
Is it you?
I'll swap,
Just press all the buttons, mate. You'll be all right.
Here you go. Thank you. This is for you.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. I know that Viv has provided in your folders the Road Safety Performance Report for the Great Southern Region. So if you're into statistics, that's a great place to have a look for some ones that are specific to local government roads as well as for some of the state roads in the region. Next up, we have a presentation on the road safety ratings for local governments Roads project. We have two presenters today. First is Max Bushell, who's a Policy Officer, Road Safety Infrastructure with WALGA. Max has experience working in road safety and transport planning in the United States, Europe and Australia. Max has a strong background in international best practice in road safety and in planning for all modes of transport, and he's currently undertaking managing this project to develop a road safety ratings tool for local governments, while also representing WALGA on various road safety committees and task forces. Second presenter after Max will be Ruth March, who's the Manager of Engineering and Sustainability at the City of Albany. Ruth has been the Manager of Engineering and Sustainability for 3.5 years. She's a civil engineer with over 30 years experience in civil construction, both in private industry and for the local government. She's originally from the UK, so we've got a real international panel coming to us today. But she's been in Australia for the last 12 years, where she's worked in mining and in local government. So thank you very much, Max. Good luck with that remote. Viv will help you out if you need it.
All right, thanks everyone. So as Aaron, sorry? Okay. As Aaron pointed out, I am a Policy Officer, Road Safety and Infrastructure at WALGA, and I'll be talking briefly today about the work we've been doing, the first 4 phases on the Safety Ratings for Local Government Roads project. Let's see if this works. Look, as we said. All right, so this is a collaboration, this project, between the RoadWise team at WALGA and with the University of Western Australia, Western Australian Centre for Road Safety Research. And they've provided a lot of good input into the development of this tool. The funding comes initially from the Australian Government Office of Road Safety. They have a Road Safety Innovation Fund grant, which we applied for and we're lucky enough to get. So that really enabled this project to move forward. So just a bit of background. Oh, there we go. So look, the intent of this project, we wanted to either create or adapt an existing tool to support the assessment of safety on local government roads. And it was clear from the research that we did that it needs to involve a very simple, clear, and effective methodology. We need to really tailor this tool to the local government context. And ultimately, the goal is that whatever comes out of the tool will support, works prioritization, prioritizing the improvements on local government roads, using your safety funding effectively, and kind of providing a benchmark of safety. So that's the ultimate goal of the project. So I put this in here, and it's a tricky one, but we kind of nested this project in a safe system approach. And there's kind of a conventional traffic engineering approach and a safe system approach. There's some pretty significant differences between those two approaches. I'll just point out that the safe system ultimately is about maximizing safe mobility, so that's where we're starting from. We're looking at the infrastructure. We're looking at making the road facility itself a safe facility. That's where we're starting from. I'll also mention that in contrast to some of the other programs, which are helpful and necessary, this project takes the approach of a proactive approach. We're looking at ensuring that we can systematically improve the road network to avoid those crashes even occurring in the first place. So just a note on local government and WA. There's 139 local governments. Metropolitan, regional, and remote, they have vast differences between those local governments, both in capacity, in number of employees, in location, in local conditions. They maintain a substantial portion of road. Of that 127,000 kilometers of road, 31% of those roads are sealed, so that means 68, 69% are unsealed. That was a big consideration in developing the tool as well. And then it's important to note that that's 87% of the network, and that carries approximately 40% of the traffic. So look, we went through a five-phase process in this project. We started with a literature review, looking at some of the existing tools, kind of looking at how they're being used in local government. We did some consultation, got into the actual tool development process, which I'll go over shortly, and now we're in the pilot project phase. And we're working with 7 local governments to pilot test the tool that we've developed. So just a little bit about the literature review. This was our starting point, essentially. Local governments have varying levels of time, money, capacity, and expertise. And I think particularly in the smaller local governments, everyone's wearing multiple hats. You have your works manager is also a grader driver in some of the remote areas. So you have this big difference between local governments. Local government employees move around quite a lot. Staffing is occasionally an issue. Keeping that expertise in-house can be an issue in local government. So we looked at some of the existing tools. So the IRAP tool is commonly known as kind of the gold standard in road safety ratings. That's an international, a global nonprofit. It's being used across the world. Their methodology is widely accepted as one of the best. Within Australia itself, we looked at ANRAM, which was developed by the Australian Road Research Board. We also looked at a few tools that have been developed by Austroads. So that's the infrastructure risk rating tool, and then there's 2 other guides, which I'll get into as well. So look, what we found is that in local government, not many local governments are using the tools. And some of them may not be suitable. And so as part of the literature review process, we kind of looked at some of these key operational requirements. So we looked at road safety expertise, training, accreditation, time commitment, cost, and on down. And kind of tried to assess, did it require a high level of expertise, a high level of training, or low or moderate, or is it high cost, low cost? And essentially what we came to is that the tool that we need to develop is something that's really effective for all local governments in WA. So all types of local government. It needs to be easily understood, easily communicated. It is likely going to be a relatively high-level tool, something that people can do quickly and easily. easily implementable, and easy and relatively cheap to access and apply. And what we found is ultimately, particularly in some of the smaller local governments, there just isn't a lot of road safety expertise in terms of engineering. And so this tool should kind of seek to address that gap. So just quickly about the consultation. We did 5 in-person consultation sessions with local government, the Southwest, Metropolitan, Great Southern, Midwest, and Wheat Belt. So I've done quite a bit of travel for this project. Oops. Sorry, skipping ahead here. Oh. I feel like there's a little delay. Oh, no, it's okay, I'm getting there. So we also did 2 virtual sessions. And ultimately, out of this consultation, we met with 45 attendees. 33 local governments were represented. We tried to get every type of local government in WA, so we ranged from metropolitan, regional, country shires, as well as remote local governments. 43 local government officers took part, as well as 2 elected members. So that was also important. Again, this tool is mostly officer-focused, but we wanted to make sure that whatever comes out of it is something that elected members can use in making their decisions. So the key takeaways. Ultimately, this tool should recommend treatments. It should be coordinated between local government and state agencies. I'm glad to see that we have our colleagues from Main Roads in the room. Hopefully we can work together with you to make this work and be helpful and be coordinated. Certainly the context of the road is fundamental, as well as the fact this was mentioned numerous times. Management needs to be in support. You need to have your elected members on board. You need to have your CEO on board for your local government to use this tool, and then also to use the outputs. Time, money, capacity, and expertise should be kept to a minimum. It should be easy to maintain, use, and update, and ultimately needs to be flexible, scalable, and free. Many of the participants in the consultation recommended lots of different outputs. There's probably like a beta version, and I don't know what comes after beta, but there's probably a 3rd version as well for this. Let's see if this works. So look, what came up over and over was that time, money, and capacity need to be kept to a minimum. Just in terms of getting local governments to use it in WA, that's the key takeaway that we took from the consultation. So developing the tool. So look, we wanted to align ourselves with what's widely known as the gold standard in road safety ratings, and that's the IRAP methodology. Wow, this thing really is tricky, eh? So look, it needs to be aligned to the IRAP star ratings, and we're building essentially on the process that was outlined in those 2 Austroads guides. Those 2 Austroads guides essentially took the IRAP rating, which is a quite complex rating where you rate every 100-meter segment and do a video of it and code all the different attributes of the road and then put it into a spreadsheet. It goes through an algorithm and spits out a star rating. The Austroads guides attempted to kind of simplify that process quite a bit, and what we've done is to try to simplify it even further. That makes our tool a slightly more blunt tool than maybe these other ones, but I think it still has a lot of use. And I think the bottom line is that, look, this is not new. Great work has already been done in this field. We just want to build on it and make it more accessible. So the tool that we came up with will have 2 phases. We certainly don't want local governments who have the capacity and expertise to use those other tools to use our tool instead. We want to make sure that if they have the capacity to use something that may be more sophisticated, they should use that. So we'll start with a capacity questionnaire and try to direct those local governments in the direction of other tools if they're suitable. But then what we've developed is a series of cross-sections, and the process will go, local government will select a certain segment. They'll note the current conditions, find the corresponding cross-section, which have been aligned and kind of conceived for each different star rating. And then they'll rate their segment and then note possible improvements. So that's essentially, in a nutshell, what the tool will do. So here's a cross-section example that we developed. So this is what we would consider to be a less safe facility. And then ultimately, we've modeled what would be a very safe facility. Now we're aware in developing these that the roads, local government roads may differ from what's exactly shown. But what we're trying to do here is give local government officers a visual cue. This is what my road is. These are the attributes of my road, and this is the star rating. And so look, in developing these, I really tried to represent all the different types of natural fauna, flora, excuse me, as well as fauna in WA. So I tried to find pictures of all the different roads in all the different regions and kind of include those so it's clear that this is an across WA tool. So turns out that kookaburras actually aren't native, but they are around. So there's another example. This one maybe is a Great Southern Road. We all know that animal strikes occasionally occur. Oops. So there is a kangaroo there. And then also, in the urban section, we know all types of people, are using our roads, and so we've tried to model every mode in those urban cross sections. We tried to kind of show what safe facilities would look like. I'm originally from the U.S., and if it's safe enough for Barack Obama on this road, then it's safe enough for all of us. So you can't draw 76 cross sections and not have a little bit of fun with it. So the key thing about this is that all of these cross sections have been validated. So the combination of attributes in each of these cross sections has been validated to the IRAP methodology. So there is a tool online called the Star Rating Demonstrator, and we made sure to put in the exact combinations so that essentially whatever we're recommending, whatever attributes we've put into our cross sections, those are actually rooted in the science. And so I would encourage anyone who uses this tool to actually go to this tool, the Star Rating Demonstrator. It's free. You just have to sign up. And it gives you a lot of great information. You can put in your own cross-section, put in treatments, take away treatments, and that gives you a sense of how you can improve your star rating. So that's a really great tool, and we made sure to align all of our cross-sections to that. The area where the Austroads guides kind of fall down a little bit was in the area of unsealed roads. They often recommend seal the road. And and everyone in this room from local government realizes that that's never going to happen for the 68% of the roads that are out there that are unsealed. And so we developed a number of cross sections to show what a safe unsealed facility would look like. So that was one key difference to the Austroad guides. Ultimately, we produced 2 documents, an assessment guide and a reference document. And it's got 17 road types in there. That's exactly how the interface looks. So you can see we've got 11 sealed sections and 6 unsealed. And then you kind of have a visual cue, and then you can see a table of the different attributes for each star rating of that facility. So the pilot project. We're working with 7 local governments: Serpentine, Jarrahdale, Bunbury, Albany, Murray, York, Northam, and Kalamunda. And we've kicked off 5 of those local governments. And we are working in coordination with them to kind of test the tool, look and see how usable it is, if it makes sense, if the cross-sections are applicable, that sort of thing. So Albany is one of our local governments. I'd like to invite Ruth up to maybe say a few words about her experience with the tool.
I'll keep this brief because I assume we want to get back on track. Okay. So it's been a great experience working with WALGA, and so the City of Albany were part of the consultation workshop. So our priority was for it to be simple and to be compatible with the current systems that we use. So we use RAM, and we have an ArcGIS system called Esri that we keep all our asset management data in. So that was our key priority. At the workshop, I volunteered my staff to be part of the pilot project. You'll be pleased to hear that they are still talking to me. So on the 23rd of Feb, Vivian and Max came to the City of Albany to give us our training. It was quite clear, and what Max has said is that the current tools aren't suitable. We've looked over the last 10 years at trying to rate our roads in accordance with IRAP, and we didn't have the staff or the resources to do that. So what we've agreed is that we will choose 4 to 5 roads, and hopefully by the end of March we'll be able to provide some feedback to Max and the team. I think they've done a great job. It is a very simple tool to use, although wait until the end of the week when my guys have been out there and I'll let you know how simple it is. I hope you can see that the cross-sections that Max has put up on the screen are very simple to use, and makes it very easy for people of all skill level to be able to use. So it's still going to take resources, and so we're going to look over the next 2 to 5 years to rate all our roads. So we have 1,600 kilometres of roads, 50% of them are sealed and 50% are unsealed. We use RAM, and we're going to be looking at automating, so taking what Max has done and automating so that a lot of the data can be self-populated directly from RAM when we do our annual Capital Works programme process. To date, what we've done is we've translated the cross-sections that have been shown here into our road hierarchy, because they don't match properly, and so that's been quite an interesting experience. So what we've done is we've slightly changed our road hierarchy to make this process a little bit easier. One of the things we don't know is how granular. I think, Max, you talked about, you take an area of the road. So do you take a whole area, or do you take parts that are good, and how granular do you want to go? So we haven't quite worked out how that's going to go. The direction from my team is just choose a couple of sections and let's see how it works. We're not sure whether moving forward we're going to use a user-defined table or ESRI to try and make, that's a very technical term for those of you that don't know, but that's how we're going to look at automating. And I think the biggest takeaway is this is a great process. It's a lot simpler tool. It's great what these guys have done. We're happy to be part of the pilot program. But going forward, this is only going to work if you have the resources and there's some funding and assistance going forward. And a word of caution from me is I think we need to be very careful how we use this data. Because if we put out there that we've got, 50% of our roads are only a 1-star rating, then I think that could be quite dangerous in the wrong hands. That's it for me.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much to both of you. It's so interesting to hear the process going from a really difficult to use tool to an easy to use tool, and then the practical application. And it will be great to hear as the pilot project progresses as to where we go from here and how that translates into real life for local government, because it's no point having a schmicko tool if it doesn't actually work on the ground, is there? So thank you very much, guys. The next presenter that we have is on road safety for our culturally and linguistically diverse community, and that's Emmy Binger. The National Resource Centre for Migrant Empowerment, or NRCME, is committed to improving the lives of vulnerable and precarious immigrants in Australia, especially newly arrived immigrants. NRCME fosters migrant engagement with the Australian community by hosting events and activities to foster migrant confidence and familiarity in their new home, while preserving and encouraging multiculturalism and diversity. The NRCME received funding from the Road Safety Commission to develop communication tools to support migrant communities to understand road safety, and Emmy's here to talk to us about that today. Thanks, Emmy.
Hello everyone, my name is Emmy and I'm from the National Resource Centre for Migrant Empowerment, and I work as a social and community engagement specialist within the organization. The organization, the National Resource Centre for Migrant Empowerment, refers as NRCME, with our organization dedicated to the provision of support and resources to newly arriving migrants and their families, particularly during their initial first 5 years within the Australian community. The NRCME is a not-for-profit organization registered as public company and limited by guarantee. The demographic that the NRCME support includes migrants, refugees or asylum seekers, families, youth and young adults, young children, seniors and those who have disabilities, with the primary objective of all our programs and services being the smooth integration of migrants into the general population of Western Australia. The services and programs which the NRCME provides are to be found on our website at www.nationalresourcecentre.org.au. The Road Safety Commission has been playing a significant role in promoting road safety among its diverse population of drivers, with its continued efforts to provide support and education to drivers of various backgrounds, including both male and female drivers as well as younger drivers. At NRCME, we believe it is important for all groups of individuals to feel connected with our state roads. That's why the NRCME collaborates with Road Safety Commission through NRSW project grant for 2022 to provide culturally and linguistically diverse to address broader road safety issues aimed at curbing dangerous driving behaviors such as speeding, drink driving, and using mobile phones while driving. The generous grant the NRCME received from the Road Safety Commission contributes to our supporting the creation of a safer environment that benefits our targeted migrant community group, road users in Katanning region area. And that is one of our videos that we produced during the grant that we received in 2022.
大家好 ，National Resource Centre for Migrant。今天我们将讨论在西澳 Great Southern Region 道路使用的一些安全资讯。当我们讨论到交通安全时，这里有几个事项是每个人都需要记住的，以保证自己的、周围的人的安全。让我来告诉你们4个驾驶时我们需要注意的事项。第一个，驾驶速度以及注意道路的状况。 请记住，超速是发生交通事故的其中一个主要原因。在2020年，在101公里时速的道路区发生的交通事故，死亡人数占47%。101公里时速道路区大多位于西澳的地区，包括卡坦宁等地区。如何保持安全？第一，遵守所有规定的时速。 同时注意道路的状况，以调整您的驾驶方式。例如，在晚上或是恶劣的天气下，记得减速。乡村的道路通常比较狭窄，没有马路标志线，或者可能没有柏油路，所以会比较难控制以及驾驶。第二，小心驾驶，必须时时准备做好调整以及反应，比如说对面的车辆或卡车，还有急转弯。 通过遵守这些道路防范措施，您可以协助以及确保每个人在道路上的安全。第二，疲倦以及分心，在西澳以及比较偏远的地方驾车是有一些特定的挑战的，所有驾驶员都必须知道这些风险。疲倦以及分心这2个因素其实是造成了交通事故的主要原因。 这2个原因其实可以用一些简单的防范措施就能轻松避免。第一，你需要提前计划您的行程，并确保您在开始旅程前休息充足，这个非常重要。第二，如果可以的话，避免在晚上驾车，因为这个时候我们是最容易疲倦的。最后就是要确保你在驾驶的时候完全集中精神在前方的道路。 千万不要分心做别的事情，比如说滑手机或者吃东西。通过这些步骤，我们可以更确保马路的安全。第三，酒后驾驶。如果你有计划要喝酒， 你必须先确保你有安排一个安全的方式回家，这个非常重要。你可以事先安排一个没有喝酒的司机再送你回家，这个是最好的选择。如果你没有司机，其实还有其他方法，比如说用交通工具，用出租车等货车的服务。这样做，你不仅可以确保自己的安全，而且也能确保我们的马路的交通安全。绝对不可以酒后驾驶，因为这个非常危险。除此之外，这里的乡村道路都比较狭窄，而且有一些甚至是没有马路标记线，也没有柏油路。所以，如果我们在被酒精的影响下驾驶，是很容易失去控制的。所以，不要拿自己或者其他人的生命来开玩笑哦，否则你会失去驾驶执照，还有会被罚款。安全带以及小孩安全座。那在澳洲呢，驾车如果你不系上安全带的话，是犯法的哦。在西澳洲地区，0到7岁的小孩在车内是必须要坐在安全座的。以确保所有乘客的安全，使用安全带以及小孩的安全座是非常非常重要的。安全带是可以确保在发生交通事故的时候，确保司机还有乘客可以牢牢地保持在座位上。而且也可以帮助将冲击力平均分散在我们的身体。小孩的安全座也可以保护小孩，将他们牢牢地固定在座位上。在发生交通事故的时候也可以吸收大部分的冲击力。安全带和小孩的安全座已经被证实可以减少车祸中严重受伤和死亡的风险，并有助确保车中每一个人可以安全抵达目的地。总结来说呢，请一定要记得，我们作为车主，在驾驶之前必须确保我们的车辆是安全以及符合驾驶规定的。我们可以把我们的车送到西澳 Motor Trade Association 受承认的车厂去检查和归信，他们会进行一系列的测试来检查你的车，包括刹车板、轮胎、车灯、安全带等等。每个汽车都有用一种星星来代表安全级别。我们买车的时候要记得查看这些安全的评级5颗星是代表最安全。通过确保您的车的安全性和合规性，你就可以帮助减少交通事故的发生，同时也可以保护我们对 Southern Region 道路的安全。谢谢你抽出时间来聆听这个信息。无论你是来这里工作，你搬来这里住，或者是来这里旅行，我在这里祝福你们有一个美好又安全的驾驶体验。请记住，驾驶时要注意安全，在马路要小心。再次感谢您，祝您有个美好的一天。
Yeah, that's one of the videos that we have created so far, and we have so many in different languages that can be found in our Facebook pages. So to continue with my speech, as we move forward into the future where technology is taking a big part of our life, the NRCME is in a strong position to further its mission of improving road safety in our community. One first major initiative that we are planning to launch at any time soon from now in some part of Western Australia is the Driving to Employment program. And after that, if everything goes as planned, we are hoping to launch a Margaret Special Road Safety Education program, both of which are designed to target cultural and linguistic diversity. We are confident that these programs will achieve the objective of the Road Safety Commission as one of the key areas where the Road Safety Commission has made an impact is through its education and awareness program. In our mission and objective for our Driving to Employment program, the Driving to Employment program is a valuable resource that will help young people from migrant backgrounds become more job ready by giving them the chance to practice their driving in a safe and encouraging environment that meets their culture and language. The program aims to help youth build the necessary skills and gain the hours they need in order to get their provision license. Through this program, young people will be able to reduce their cost of driving lessons, get into the workforce faster, and gain more autonomy and confidence in their abilities on the road. Our mission and objective of our Margaret Special Road Safety and Education Program. Road safety education is essential to protect public health and promote economic well-being. The specific road safety education program being developed by NSME will not only present education results in the home languages of speakers, but also provide cultural appropriate services such as individual counseling, group workshop, and outreach programs to help individuals and communities learn about safe driving practices. Our organization is committed to provide road safety education programs that are culturally appropriate and meet the needs of all individuals and communities. This approach goes beyond simply by providing educational resources, as again it will offer a range of services. Our road safety education program aims to equip individuals and communities with the knowledge and skill to practice safe driving behaviors that help keep everyone on the road safe. We believe that by delivering road safety education in a way that is both engaging and meaningful, our message will reach more people through creativity, innovation, and collaboration. Our organization, NRSME, does not only, or we do not only serve Margaret communities, but we also serve anyone that comes to our doors, because our programs and projects benefit and support people feel more connected to each other as neighbors and communities through shared experience and interaction. We believe that our road safety education will have a major impact on increasing engagement regarding life-saving measures within cultural diverse society that may have been previously left out of transition approaches. Importantly, the Road Safety Commission works to promote a culture of safe driving that is founded on evidence-based research and principles. This includes analyzing road safety data, identifying threats and areas of concern, and developing target strategies to address issues. Through our Margaret Road Safety Education, the Commission will improve its research-driven approach and be better equipped to develop policies and initiatives that have a meaningful and sustained impact on our roads. I think that's all. Another thing that I would like just to say is that we are Margaret Community Center, Resource Center, and we also want collaboration with different communities and different organizations, especially authority from police, ambulance, and everyone individual. So welcome anyone to join us so that we can keep everyone safe on our roads and in other areas of our daily living. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emmy. I think our theme today is tackling road safety together, and I think that's a really lovely way to take us into morning tea as a reminder of how we can all work together to do that. So yes, morning tea now. For those who have joined us online, we're going to be breaking for 20 minutes. And so please enjoy some lovely refreshments and tea and coffee, and we'll see you back in 20 minutes. Thanks. go with the remote and see if we can...
Yes, I've been told to do reverse to what I want.
Okay, so down is forward.
Maybe. We're going to test it first. Yeah.
They're never straightforward, are they?
getting this. I haven't got a printout of my notes, so I have to do it here.
Instead of counting your ums, I'm going to note down every time you make a mistake with the mouse.
Okay. All right.
Everyone seems to be having difficulty.
I'm not going to have that.
Oh.
I'm going to go like that, and she's going to do it. This is. I'm not controlling up there.
That's your laptop. That's
Yeah.
your speech notes.
This is my notes, yeah. Because I didn't print it out, so it's about just running with it on here.
Yep.
But I've got
I just spoke to Vivian.
Yeah.
She did invite the commission. They wrote to Adrian Warner, never got a response back. Then rang up someone at the commission. They said, "I'll have a look into it." No, it's in his diary. He's accepted in his diary. He's coming.
I bet he's played hooky. He's probably told everyone that he's
going to go down to Albany. He's off on a cruise to Rottnest or something.
Oh, yeah. That crowd. I wonder whether it's worth somehow telling the OAG they need to, speak to people that know something about the whole thing. Because I can imagine they'll be briefed over there to defend the commission. Yeah, that's right. And only say what's right, whether it's true or not.
Yep.
Yeah. Because,
that whole bullying thing, right?
Yeah.
That just got swept under the carpet.
I know. Because I got interviewed for that. And
what's the result of that? Where did that go?
Nothing.
Who was
Absolutely nothing.
undertaking that review?
So an external consultant was engaged by police to do it. So I got interviewed, and she said, "Oh yeah, it was over Teams because of COVID and all the rest of it. I'll be taking extensive notes. I'll send that back to you. You can read it, check that I haven't misrepresented anything you said, and send it back." Anyway, so for about a week she sent it to me. She left out a couple of big sections as far as I was concerned. So I typed it all in because I'd taken a couple of pages of notes myself.
It was a correct
process. Yep. And I was really interested in that the second she took out two lots of my stuff. One was that I don't hold Adrian responsible for being the commissioner because the panel selected him. His pattern of behaviour is not new. It's existed from when he was the CEO of WorkCover. And that was known, the Public Sector Commission knew about it because it was the Public Sector Commissioner that made it happen.
Does he have a brother in the Public Sector?
He does. His brother is an ED in there.
That's what's going on. That's corrupt. His brothers are half.
Well, and him and Michelle Roberts were friends. Anyway, so all of that, and I said, the selection panel made the appointment. Adrian's like everybody else. You apply for a job if you think, you can do it and you're looking for a job. Did anybody speak to his current boss? Because she had, she was getting rid of him because he was no good. And he'd been sacked in the public sector before. The panel didn't do their due diligence. So I went through all of that, everything that I knew, what I had found in the public domain, blah, 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 blah.
I'm going to start corralling people in. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you've all enjoyed a delicious morning tea. If you can maybe fill your cups and grab one last bicky and start to make your way back to your seats, that would be great. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so next up we have Teresa Williams, who's a Principal Policy Advisor for Main Roads, and she's going to talk to us about the Black Spot Program review and where it's led. Teresa has had a diverse work history within the Western Australian public sector, including road safety, the resources and energy sectors, consumer employment protection and health. Her operational roles have included regulatory policy and community service functions, with other roles having corporate responsibilities, such as Head of Corporate Services and Chief Financial Officer. Teresa is a graduate of the Australian Institute of Company Directors and a certified practicing accountant, holds a Bachelor of Commerce and Executive Master of Public Administration, and most recently was awarded a graduate certificate in Australian Indigenous Studies. Oh, I've got a nice little last line here. She was born in and intends to die of old age in the wheat belt. So thank you very much, Teresa.
So I'll just start with, I like to acknowledge country and I like to make that relevant to where we are. So I respectfully acknowledge the First Nations people of this continent, and today in particular the Menang people around Albany, the Goreng people around the Stirling Ranges and the Kanang people west of Cranbrook and around Kojonup. I also like to acknowledge the Nyak people, I never get that one right, which are actually the people from the Budja that I call home in the middle of the wheat belt. Their connection to Budja, which I'm sure everybody knows is land or country, their sovereignty never ceded, and the honour due to those who fought for their nations is acknowledged and respected. So, as mentioned, I'm here to talk about the state black spot funding review. So my policy role is actually in the budget and investment planning area of Main Roads, and I interfere with road safety's work from time to time. So there is a little bit of crossover there, which is good because we want investment in road safety. A review was commenced by myself in 2021 in relation to the state-funded Black Spot program. Some of you may have been involved in that one way or another because I went around to all the regional road groups, and I think I actually came to an event like this down here somewhere. And it really was focusing on does the current program still deliver value for money? Is it fit for purpose? Do we need to, start again with a similar program, or do we need to tweak what we've got? What's the way forward? And one of the things I really like to remind people about in relation to the review was that the state-funded Black Spot program has two objectives. One of those is about investing in road safety treatments to reduce road trauma on state and local roads, and the other is actually about the relationship and fostering the relationship between Main Roads and local government. So the review was conducted in that context. The first point is about does the investment improve road safety outcomes? And based on the stakeholder feedback and a review of literature, so research taken, the answer is, yeah, it sort of does, but there's probably more work that can be done. So evaluations that are formally undertaken are of BCR projects only, so not those projects in the past that are road safety audit-based projects. The BCR projects, the evaluations do tell us that we do get a return on that, and it's only just recently that the road safety branch of Main Roads have included the road safety audit-based projects. But the stakeholders, there were some mixed responses there. The next one is the application process appropriate, effective and efficient? And overwhelmingly the responses from stakeholders was that no, it is not. That it's very cumbersome, it's resource intense, it requires knowledge and expertise, capacity, capability that a lot of local governments don't have, particularly in regional and remote WA. Is the program still relevant? Yes. That was a clear message both from stakeholders and what we found in the literature. There were some suggested tweaks about what we could do with the program, but there was a lot of support for it. It's more about continue the program, but maybe we need to modify it a bit. And the last point is the SBS, the State Black Spot Program, the optimal way of improving road safety, reducing road trauma, perhaps, but it's questionable. And some of the things that lead into that are spots the way forward? Would we be better off looking at precincts or regions? And we see a lot of that with the mass action treatments. Some of you may be aware of the mass action treatments that occur on state roads with wide sealed shoulders and audible edge lines, and we've been venturing into that on local roads. And one of the things that we've done with the information from this review is that in September last year, the State Advisory Committee, which is the committee that is made up of main roads and local government with Walga representation, actually approved spending some of the state black spot funding on mass action treatments for local roads. So this financial year, there's around $10 million going into local roads specifically for mass action treatments. And I can't remember which council it is, but there is at least one council in the Great Southern that is getting some shoulder sealing, audible lines and so forth, because I know that just about every rural council is getting that. And there's another about 10 million that we might program for next year, mass action treatments, but under the State Black Spot program. So that's a variation to the past. We're also investing some of that money in a few other enabling actions, I'll call them. And we're also going to address the issue about the inefficiency of the way we administer the program. So some of you may have some experience, if you're in local government, with the crash map tool and the online application process. Well, we're taking that concept and we're actually going to redevelop that tool, and in sort of a year or so we'll be introducing a new tool which hopefully is a lot smarter, faster and easier to use, with a few more intuitive options in there. So, for example, if you know that your crash problem is a runoff road problem, then the system will say to you, these are the solutions you should be looking at. And looking at the presentation from Max, I think coupled with the support and information that you're going to get from tools like that, things are going to get better. And I'm going to introduce you to Paul shortly, but he is also another one of these enabling sort of resources that we're going to implement. Oh, I'll get you to put the next one up. So I'll just give a little bit of detail about what was raised more from stakeholders, but a sprinkling of the stuff that we picked up from the literature as well. And that is that with the administration, which was the most commented upon issue, and most of those comments weren't favourable. They wanted the online nomination, but they wanted it smarter and easier than the tool we'd rolled out. So whilst we were heading in the right direction, we've got a lot of work to do, especially when you think about some of the smaller local governments where, you know, this is probably extreme, but the grader driver is probably the person sitting in the office trying to fill out a black spot nomination form. You know, it's not their forte. So working more with that. Now, I mentioned Paul Starling, who's going to get up and speak shortly. We've also invested in establishing a position within Main Roads in the Road Safety Branch with David Moisey that is specifically there to be a technical resource for local governments, with the primary focus being on understanding their road safety issues and working towards resolving those, and putting in, you know, good, strong applications for funding such as black spot funding. So all of those things are going to help. Sorry. Interestingly, when it came to funding, some of the stakeholders, which were in local government, identified that there were some cost-shifting practices where things like things that should have been paid out of maintenance programs, for example, were getting sort of covered off in black spot applications and trying to sort of kill two birds with one stone. That's fine, except for you've got to make sure that what the priority is and that your intent is right with that. The literature was very clear. Stable funding, you know, it guaranteed for investment, which is what we've got. And this is where one of the big shifts is that this funding for spots, as was mentioned earlier, you know, the crashes that result in death and serious injury are very, you know, scattered. And we see that throughout regional and remote WA. And, you know, you might hear the phrase, well, you're chasing lightning. So whenever you treat a spot, it's almost like saying, are we trying to make that a lightning-proof spot? Where actually, you know, if we moved more to corridors, precincts, mass action, then it doesn't matter whether lightning's already struck there or not, you're trying to make the whole network sort of lightning-proof. And that's something that came across very strong in the international literature and Australian literature. And we've got to invest in the local government network. You may be aware that we've got a 50% reduction of death and serious injury on our roads target for 2030. Even if we wipe out all of the death and serious injury that occurs on state roads, we still need to be able to create some reductions on local roads. So we're in it together, and so that's where Main Roads is doing what it can to step up in its efforts to enable local governments to reduce road trauma. And one of those things which David's team has done recently has been out doing network safety plans with each local government and regions, and that's also something that's embedded in the National Road Safety Strategy. Governance and accountability. There were a number of areas that were identified for improvement there, but this was also where stakeholders had some differing views, whereas some of them want the reins released and just, you know, let's spend the money the way we see fit, whereas others were very clear about what actually the governance and accountability is not holding us to account for road safety and reducing road trauma well enough. Program criteria. This was something that rural and remote local government stakeholders in particular commented on it being very difficult, that the BCR requirement was a huge challenge because lower numbers, cost of getting treatments installed and so forth. But some of the feedback from the stakeholders internal to Main Roads was that, well, sometimes they're picking the wrong treatments and therefore they don't get the right BCR result. So there's some work to be done there, and that's something that Paul's going to help with, because I've bolded there the access to expertise, and that's one of the areas where we're going to try and improve what Main Roads does to help local government. And I'm aware, and many other people here are also aware, that the Great Southern didn't put in any applications for black spot funding this year. But that's not through a lack of places where there are black spots or areas that could do with some treatments. So that's what that graph's there, just to remind us that, you know, all the local governments there have got some evidence of road trauma occurring on their roads, because that chart's about their roads. The relationship and customer focus. Once again, there are challenges there. I won't read through everything for you. There's some suggestions, though, that we should not just focus on vehicle occupants, that there are other road users and that maybe they don't get the focus through the funding and the applications that should be taken into account. And that's probably more for the ones with larger urban areas, in this instance, the likes of Albany and so on. Certainly that was a predominant theme from a lot of the metropolitan councils and their stakeholders. You might not be aware, but the state black spot program was created before Australia and particularly WA adopted the safe system approach. So there was quite a bit of feedback about embedding the safe system approach in the program. And one of the things I like about that, and you know, police probably not so big fans, but that first principle is that we all make mistakes. No matter how good a driver we are, we can make a mistake. And that's what we need to make sure we compensate for with the road network and the vehicles we drive and so on. The treatment options, well, this is where there's already been progress. A lot of the stakeholder feedback was that it was too restrictive, but over the last couple of years a lot more options have been introduced, in particular for urban areas such as low-cost intersection treatments. So we are making headway there. And some of that is actually directly from the feedback that we got through this program review. One of the big things, though, that we're still working on, which is a big challenge, is about lower speeds. And I'm very keen for that panel discussion this afternoon, which is about speeds. Because if you're not aware, WA is one of 2 jurisdictions that has a default speed limit over 100 kilometres an hour. That doesn't mean to say that other jurisdictions don't have 110 kilometres an hour on their roads. They post them to that speed and they have a default of 100, but WA accounts for 50% of Australia's death and serious injuries in 110 kilometre zones. And one of the reasons for that is that those that post their roads to 110 actually make sure that the road is built for that purpose. So I'll just sum up some of the works in progress. So I've mentioned at the September meeting of the State Advisory Committee, they made a number of decisions about using state black spot funding. Some of that was generated with ideas that came out of this review. And one of the key points was about enabling local governments. So there is currently work being done, and David's involved in this, with a business case that's seeking funding for mass action treatments on local roads. So we want some funding from the Commonwealth to help us with that, not just relying on that which we eke out of other programs like the Black Spot program, building capability within local government. So May 9th to the 11th, if you're in local government and it's relevant to your role in local government, or you're an elected member, maybe pencil that in your calendar. WELGA's going to be putting out a notice asking for expressions of interest to come to a 3-day course. Some people may have attended one that we put out when I was in the Road Safety Commission a few years ago, and it's being delivered through UWA and the University of Adelaide. Its focus is on giving theory that translates into tangible outcomes and work that you can do on your network. We're rebuilding the online system so that it makes it a lot easier for you to do your black spot applications, and we're doing the mass action treatments. But some of the stuff that's more close to home is Paul, who I'll get you to speak to, and there's some changes that we're going to do with the program itself, such as stage gating, and I'll explain that on another day. I just want something so you invite me back. So Paul, I'll cut you up here, and you can give a bit of an overview of what you're...
Thanks, Teresa. Yeah, very quickly, as Teresa's mentioned, my role is a very new role within Main Roads. It's the local government road safety manager. In that role, again, as Teresa has intimated, it's to assist local government in technical expertise. It's not about managing what local governments do in terms of the road network and the structures and all the rest of it, but my role is to assist in areas where there could be a lack of expertise or a lack of resourcing that is hindering local government from doing things like black spot applications, road safety management plans. Road safety auditing is a big one. We know that especially in the regional areas, road safety auditors are few and far between. I am a senior road safety auditor and accredited through the IPWA panel, so I'm available to undertake audits. I'd be interested to talk to those that are here today from local government to see if any of you have audit trainees or even auditors on your staff that may be able to assist and work with me with these types of activities so we can build the expertise and the capacity to obviously save local government money, but also to build the networks to a point where we're all working together to enhance the road safety. So I'd like to speak to you during the breaks. If you've got any questions that you'd like to ask about my role or what I can do for you or how I can help, please come up and see me.
I'll just point out, Paul, we are very lucky for Paul to be the one that comes into this role. He's been in police with major crash investigations. He's worked for St John Ambulance. He's worked for RoadWise with Welga, and he, as he's pointed out, is a senior road safety auditor with us in Main Roads, and his history with us in Main Roads starts in the road safety branch. So he's got a breadth of experience and knowledge that will all come together in his support in enabling local governments to reduce road trauma. So I think we're out of time, is that right? Sorry. I don't want to stand between us and a late lunch.
I'm sure if anyone has questions for Teresa, she'll take them at lunchtime. Thank you very much, Paul and Teresa. It was lovely to get the opportunity for you to stand up as well. I'm sure people can pass on to people who are not here today Paul's details and make those contacts. The next person that we have today is Trish Atwell from St John Ambulance, going to talk to us about first responder training for learner drivers. Trish is a community paramedic with St John Ambulance in Albany. She's a member of the volunteer leadership group and is going to speak to us about the initiative of the learner and probation program for the volunteer leadership group for the Greater Albany region. So thanks very much, Trish.
Thank you. Just, I'm not a community paramedic, sorry, I'm a community volunteer. That's all right. Good morning, everyone. We've heard from some great speakers about how to make our roads better and safer and decrease the number of accidents. What we are doing at St John Ambulance in Albany is empowering our young drivers with knowledge of what they can do to help if they are confronted with an accident when driving on our country roads. We provide a first aid course and kit for learners and probationary drivers in the Albany area. This project is an incentive by the Albany Volunteer Leadership Group. The Albany Volunteer Leadership Group is made up of 7 volunteers from the Albany Sub-Centre. The VLG is funded through volunteers attending public duties and events ranging from Speedway and the Albany Show, bike racing to pony club events and many more throughout the year. The Red P-Plate program, as it was initially called, was started in April 2019 after a series of road crashes that had impacted on young people in the community. VLG members are parents, grandparents, school teachers, as well as volunteers, so they see the impact that these events have. The volunteers attending these events noted that a lot of the younger people didn't have first aid skills and thought that as a good community outreach initiative and youth empowerment program, perhaps the VLG could help fund some courses for the young people in Albany. The VLG agreed to fund, at a value of $200 per individual, a provide first aid course and 1 large leisure first aid kit to each participant who registered and attended whilst on P-plates. The provide first aid teaches the participants CPR, asthma treatment, brakes and strain strapping, etc., but also introduces the participants to the St John First Responder app, an incredibly valuable tool for people to have on their phone in an emergency. Initially, 10 places were made available per school term, with the only conditions being that the student had to reside in Albany. This included students who were boarding in Albany for study from other smaller regional towns, and they had to be on their red P plates. In 2021, the Volunteer Leadership Group made the decision to expand the program to include both L and P plates, red and green, with the program now being called the L and P plate program. This was due to both the success of the initial red P plate program, but also as the time period for red P plates is only 6 months, it didn't provide a big window for people to apply and complete their training. For 2022, we had 53 participants through the course in total. This year, in 2023, St John Training have subsidised the charge of the Provide First Aid course, so we can now offer more young people the opportunity to complete the first aid training program and provide them with a first aid kit to carry in their vehicle. One of our local driving instructors is also advocating for this program, which only strengthens our community connection. On our social media, when we advertise this program, along with the "What do you do if an ambulance approaches you" post, these are the posts that receive the highest analytics for community engagement, comments, likes and shares. We are looking to expand this project out to some of the other larger regional sub-centres in the Great Southern in the next 12 months or so. If this is something that any of you think would be good and you'd like to see it in your community, then please contact your local St John Ambulance sub-centre, have a chat with them, and hopefully we can get a few programs up and running. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much, Trish. Lovely to hear about another community program focusing on our young people. The next person that we have to talk to us today is Michael Lears, back to local government land. Michael is the Director of Works and Services at the Shire of Manjimup. He has over 20 years' experience working in local government, both in Victoria and Western Australia. His work is focused on urban public open space and green infrastructure, as well as urban and regional road infrastructure. And he's going to talk to us today about the demonstration project. Thank you.
Thanks, Erin. Hi. About two and a half years ago, sometime mid-2020, Walga RoadWise approached the Shire of Manjimup seeking its involvement in a demonstration project along with 2 other local governments, Esperance and Shire of Dardanup. The demonstration project was to see if local government in Western Australia could gain certification in road traffic safety management system ISO. Next slide, please. ISO 39001. This is an international standard for road traffic safety systems. The certification on ISO 39001 requires an organisation to demonstrate its ability to comply with a number of actions, procedures and policies. It's not about ensuring that our roads are built to an international standard. Many of the things we've heard today and will hear today are exactly what fall into this standard. It's about the whole safe system for road safety. So, next slide, please. It's intended to bring into line all the management aspects of an organisation that relate to road safety. So in Japan, there's organisations, transport companies that are certified under this international standard. In Scandinavian countries, there's local governments. There's also another transport company. And I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think. There's something that's really out of the box too, something that you wouldn't think has anything to do with road safety, but I've forgotten it. Sorry. So it's about the whole system increasing safety. To do that, thank you. To do that, there's 6 steps for the continuous for the organisation to address. Number of objectives have to be met. and as noted, it's a continuous improvement process. So once the well, even at any stage of these steps, you can go back and review them. The standards are quite open in how they don't address anything specific, so it makes it easy for particularly local governments to have all of its directorates, all of its processes engaged in this standard. Prior to doing step one, which is a bit weird because it's step one, take note. The organisation should take note of where it's at. So do a snapshot of where we are in relation to road safety. This also includes the perceptions and knowledge of all of those involved. We did this via a survey, so we did our survey went out not only to all our staff but also to our elected members. And one of the questions, and one of the main questions, was who do you think is responsible for road safety? Typically, the overwhelming majority of the organisation came back saying it was, works or infrastructure or engineers that are responsible for road safety. Importantly, it's all of us. We're all responsible for road safety. I'm not reading everything on the screen because I'm assuming that we can all read. So, scope and context, determining all our the involvement in all aspects of road safety. So, if we go to the next slide, there's about 6 of these goals, these areas. To identify area. This is an example. So identifying the areas of service, delivery products produced for the road traffic system. So typically that would be my area, the road infrastructure, designing, constructing, maintaining roads, footpaths, car parks, etc. Looking at all the systems, all the processes that interact with that, the policies, external and internal. Another example of the scope and context step was identifying goods and passenger transport systems. So our fleet. All our vehicles are ANCAP rated, those types of things. Interestingly, Directorate for Community Services was also heavily involved in this, and we heard earlier how there are ways we should be engaging all members of our community, particularly those with diverse linguistics or migrants. And our community development area had a program whereby they were getting notices and signs up on roads in a number of different languages to help remind visitors to stay on the left, which is something you sort of take for granted. The next step after taking note of your scope and context was getting leadership involved. This required formal endorsement by Council for its involvement in the demonstration project, which then led into the development of the Shire's policy, 9.1.221, Road Traffic Safety Policy. So the policy applications were specifically a number of steps, so roads and roadsides, ensuring such things as road safety audits are conducted. In order to do a road safety audit, having road safety auditors within the organisation. Providing crash protection roadside to address run-off road collisions, removal of hazards and improved lighting. Again, it doesn't have to specifically be all about that infrastructure because that comes with a really big cost. Particularly addressing intersections, ensuring you have safe speeds at intersections, roundabouts where possible,
again, these are all big cost, big ticket items. Reducing travel speeds, and we'll talk about that. And I know our community is quite strongly against reducing speed. They don't believe there is a benefit, but I guess we'll talk about that at the end of this session. We also look specifically at our fleet safety. So not only the vehicles themselves, but the users of those vehicles. Are they qualified? Do they have the right qualifications, certifications to use not just the vehicles, but also the plant, the graders, the low loaders. Also, driver management. We all live in the regions, we all have to drive to Perth. Do we have policies and systems in place to ensure that our staff are safe when they're having to travel such long distances? The other policy application, and we've heard earlier from the AMBOs, post-crash response. Is it appropriate? Do we have the appropriate systems in place for our emergency responders to get there, to be trained to get there? Are our insurances appropriate enough to cover accidents, KSIs? That's it. This policy is available on our website. It's a council policy, so if any of the local governments are interested in reviewing this, you can find that on Shire of Manjimup website under policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. It's such a great example of looking at what is within your sphere of influence and focusing on that as your starting point to addressing road safety. So thank you very much. We are going to have lunch now, but before we go out for lunch, we were hoping that we could take a photo of everybody because you have such beautiful smiling faces. So if I can get you all to go outside and we'll take a quick photo before we release you into the wild for more food. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Paul. We'll do it. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much. Nice to have a contact. Nice to have a contact.
And that's what it's all about, really.
But I will yeah, sure.
Enjoyed that delicious lunch. We're going to start the afternoon session again now. Our next presenter is actually just walking amongst you, handing out little things before he's even started presenting, so thank you. This afternoon we're going to start with Jimmy Murphy, who is the founder of the Town Team movement and is this year's WA recipient of the Australia Day Local Hero Awards. Jimmy founded the Town Team movement to inspire and support people to become responsible for improving their communities. The non-profit social enterprise enables people and local government to connect, organise and act to regenerate neighbourhoods. Jimmy uses Town Team to advocate for more accessible and affordable community spaces that reflect the people who inhabit them. Residents, businesses and other community members are encouraged to form or join an existing Town Team group. Today, Jimmy's going to talk about how the Town Team movement has been influencing speed reform and traffic calming. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, Erin. Hello, everyone. How are you going? How's it going today? Seems to be a good vibe in the room. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what town teams are. So that's our book of doing that I've given everyone there. That's a bit of a snapshot of our movement, I guess, if you like, of positive doers, as we call them, and some of the stuff that they've been up to over the years. And then I'm going to show you a video of some work that we did with a little town just out of Donnybrook called Malaliup. I'm sure some of you are aware of that. Just around how they can use our methodology, I guess, and our approach to community building and creating places and spaces for people, and how we can transfer that to main streets and town centres with a view to getting community involved in doing projects that may reduce speeds and speeding in their town centres. And I've got a little video to show you about Erwin, our local hero there in Malaliup, and his journey or his beginnings of his journey in having those conversations with his community. And then I'm going to talk to you about our partnership with the Road Safety Commission and how they're supporting us, and hopefully how we can all work together to reduce speeds and speeding in WA and communities in West Australia. Sound okay? All right. Maybe the next slide, please. So we're sponsored by the Road Safety Commission, but we're also sponsored by the RAC, so they're our principal partner. We work with the RAC, who provide funds for us and funds for town teams to be able to do stuff in WA, and we're really thankful, so thank you to the RAC. Next slide, please. And thank you to the Road Safety Commission. Anyone from the Road Safety Commission here today? Oh, no, that's good. No, just joking. Yeah, next slide, thanks. So, Town Team movement, we're a movement of positive doers in the sense of people-driven movement, but we're also an organisation, so we call ourselves an underarching body. We're a not-for-profit social enterprise, and we exist to help communities connect, organise and act to regenerate themselves and create better places. This is a slide that we love. It's all about trying to build a sense of greater responsibility in communities. This is a great quote. I always thought someone should do something until one day I realised I was someone and could actually do something. Town teams themselves are groups of residents and local businesses who volunteer their time and energy and efforts to do whatever it is that they want to do to make their place better. So what you have in front of you, the Book of Doing, is about 80 or 90 different projects and activities and events and interventions that the town teams have come up with themselves and volunteered their time and utilised their resources to make their places better. Working positively and proactively with their local governments and other government agencies to do stuff. So in that book of doing, we do list it out. We are a principles-based movement, so essentially to become a town team, any group can approach us. They don't have to fill out a form. They can just send us an email, and the only requirement is that they agree to our principles, and that is to be positive, proactive, to do stuff, not to lobby for stuff to happen, be apolitical, and generally just be good. That's just so that's the charter there, but it's also in the book in front of you if you're interested. Yeah, next slide, thanks. So I guess, you know, in terms of a local government and state government agency context, we try and help build the positive culture in these groups. So it does change the conversation when they're having those conversations or interacting with governments around you should do this, and it changes it to that we should do this. So it's an equal partnership. So they build their agency through achieving actions, and they build their respect and reputation in their towns through their actions, not through complaining or waving fingers or criticising governments about what they think that they should be doing. It's about what can actually community do with government. That's what that slide there just outlines a bit more in detail. Our movement of doers, so we have over 120 town teams now across Australia. We've been pretty busy the last 5 or 6 years. We're pretty new, really, organisation. And we have 100 town teams, over 100 town teams in Western Australia, and we have now, as of this year, more regional town teams than metro town teams, which is pretty exciting for us. When we started Town Team Movement 6 years ago, it was a very much metro Perth-centric thing. It was sort of even really an inner city type, you probably call us hipsters, you know, playing around with what we can do in the public realm. Yeah, so we never really thought that the country folk, you know, the good country folk would be that interested in what we were doing in terms of placemaking and this sort of stuff. But yeah, it's actually been the opposite, and regional towns really understand town teams and placemaking, and they do it intrinsically, and I think that the regional communities really appreciate being connected to a bigger network of doers, and appreciate some of the ideas and sharing the ideas, and also, of course, sharing the grants that come from our partners as well. That is always quite attractive to communities. But yeah, that's just a diagram to show you how we're structured. So we're not a peak body at all. We call ourselves an underarching body. So we're here to support communities and support local governments and support anyone who we can to do whatever it is that they want to do to make their local communities better. That's next slide, thanks. Yeah, so it's a strengths-based movement. So we focus on towns' strengths and and their aspirations. It's not about representing particular interests. They're not generally rates or ratepayers associations, though we do have some progress associations that have become town teams and traditional community associations. They're certainly welcome as long as they agree with the charter. Sometimes we find those groups can be a little bit too focused on lobbying and telling everyone else what they should be doing, rather than focused on what they can do, but that's probably less of an issue out in the country. So yeah, it really is about having fun and playing around and getting people engaged. The demographic for town teams is generally under 50. Probably the core demographic is 30 to 40 years of age. Lots of women are really involved in town teams and very enthused about town teams, which is wonderful, getting involved in their communities. so it is appealing in terms of it's a new approach in doing an old thing. Next slide, please. This is just a fun slide that we put together in terms of relating, as we have the capability to be able to go into communities who want them and actually put together town teams if through a community engagement process. So if there are any communities who don't have a town team or community group and you are interested in having one, you can shout out to us and we can come in and help engage with the community and see if there's any interest in helping them organise and do stuff. Next slide, please. Yeah, that just shows you the growth of the movement. So the first town team was established, actually, he's now the Minister for Local Government and Housing, John Carey. Before he was a politician, he was a resident along Beaufort Street in Highgate, and he basically saw so much potential in Beaufort Street and was frustrated that the local government and the community wasn't doing enough. So he came up with a flyer, and he put the flyer in people's letterboxes and knocked on local businesses' doors up and down Beaufort Street and called a community meeting. And they had a big discussion. There was about, I think, 70 or 80 people came, and they had a big talk about things that they could do to improve Beaufort Street. And there was lots of ideas at that meeting. There was a few ideas that they went on to do that didn't work, like messing around with, playing around with shop window displays and different little initiatives. But one initiative that they did come up with, which was doing a street festival. So they decided that they wanted to look at shutting down Beaufort Street and putting on a big party for everyone. And that ended up being the Beaufort Street Festival, which ended up being the biggest street festival in Western Australia. They ended up having hundreds of thousands of people descend on Beaufort Street. It was a bit of a shock to them, but it's basically sparked a movement because they went on and did all sorts of things in terms of commissioning local art in their street. They put in bathtubs and filled them with plants and chucked them on sidewalks, and they encouraged chalk, and they did yarn bombing, which is getting people knitting socks and putting them on poles and all sorts of things. So they were really playing around with how they could make Beaufort Street their own, how could they improve the look and feel of Beaufort Street, give it an artistic character. And then it's slowly grown since then. We started in 2018, and then since we've started, we've managed to amplify the growth of the town teams. Yeah, we're getting more and more, we're really getting a lot more coming on, getting 2 or 3 town teams join the movement every week at the moment, so it's pretty exciting. Next town. That's where we are in and around Perth. That's where we are, slowly spreading across Australia, and we've even got a couple in New Zealand now, which is fun. So I've got a few examples, but you do have the book of doing. I wonder if there's any questions at this point. Is anyone dying to know anything more that I haven't covered yet? I suppose you're all thinking, how on earth does this relate to road safety and speeding? Well, maybe actually, could we play the video, Viv? Oh, you're putting her on the spot. Anyone know any jokes?
My husband and I were looking at an opportunity to get out of the city. We just stumbled across Maloya, and we fell in love the moment we drove through it. You have the 4 seasons here, you have the greenery, the deciduous trees, the pine forests. We both felt that this part of the world was ideal for us. So we decided to look around where we could have a job, do something that interested us both, and also to enjoy the outdoors a lot more. The road here is part of the fabric of the community. We're reliant on the traffic, obviously. We want tourists to come into this part of the world. But at the same time, it presents some challenges in terms of the volume of traffic. We've got traffic running fairly much constantly along here, particularly some of the heavy trucks that are part of the mining operation. It's a tiny town and there are quite a few properties that are ending up with their driveway onto this highway. The speed limit along here is 70 kilometres an hour, which may not sound like a lot, but when you have to slow down to next to nothing and you have a semi-trailer behind you that has to do the same, it becomes quite tricky.
We have lots of visitors around. People aren't familiar with the area, they aren't familiar with the heavy trucks coming through, the logging trucks, and it can catch people by surprise just a little bit.
So this is just one opportunity where you're trying to cross the road and it's really quite noisy and quite dangerous to just waltz across.
So I came to Malaya in 1990 to purchase the Blackwood Inn. Meant that we were living on the South-Western Highway and it provided our main source for clientele. And over the years we've seen a number of accidents.
I have no idea what's recording.
My husband and I were looking at an opportunity to get out of the city, from pretty part of the community. We relied on the traffic of the community. We were on the community for trucks, tunnels, and years now.
And it can catch people by surprise just a little bit.
So this is just one opportunity where you're trying to cross the road and it's really quite noisy and quite dangerous to just waltz across.
Well, I came to Malaya in 1990 to purchase the Blackwood Inn. Meant that we were living on the South-Western Highway and it provided our main source for clientele. And over the years we've seen a number of accidents.
There is a...
You just chat
Yep.
to everyone and I'll see what
Great.
I
All right.
have.
No, that's fine. Yeah, unfortunately, Erwin was going to come and join us today, but he has come down with a chest infection this week, so that was a bit of a bummer. But we're going to come and talk to you. Essentially, we work with Erwin, and we've been working with him now for about a year, doing a whole bunch of basically these placemaking initiatives to try and help encourage people to slow down when they're going through Malali Up. So that's essentially the thinking. So the thinking is transferring what we're doing with placemaking and getting communities involved in how they can use these techniques and ideas, and then also their own ideas that they come up with to do treatments along their roads and in their main streets. So some of the ideas that have been kicking around in Malali Up is a big slow down mural on the building as an entry statement. They're looking at implementing some signage to encourage people to slow down and stop over. They're enhancing their park. They're building an orchard. They're looking at a range of activation activities to have events and having more people in the street, in the town. So they've come up with a whole range of ideas around how they can, as a town, what they can do rather than lobbying government just to look at a speed limit reduction. So it's proving quite successful, so he's having a lot of wins. The community's slowly coming on board with this, coming up with their own ideas and putting in their energy and efforts. Obviously, it has its challenges. It's not always easy to get people to do stuff for free, essentially, and buy into the vision, but he's definitely slowly getting there with the good folk of Malali Up, and we're wanting to, with the Road Safety Commission, essentially transfer this and do it right do more of it in the Great Southern starting in July this year. So we're going to be wanting to reach out to towns and communities, local governments, and work with them to do this, to do whatever they come up with in their towns, to ways that they think that they might be able to reduce speeding and spark conversations in communities around what the benefits of lower speeds are through their towns, and just bring a bit more awareness and consciousness to this. With our Road Safety Commissioner supporting us with this, there's a few phases to it. We're currently working with them and Main Roads and Department of Transport and PTA and local governments in developing a community toolkit. So we want to give people ideas for what is possible in terms of what projects that they can do. There's a lot of evidence. There's been quite a lot of success with road murals, so artwork painted onto roads that reduce speeding and speeds. But there's also a lot of other stuff that we want to play around with in terms of parklets, you know, roadside cafes, al frescoes, just planting trees, anything that we can do to feel like, you know, that the roads are, that there's stuff going on and people need to be more aware when they're driving through town. And that has heaps of benefits. It's not just, you know, from a town perspective, it's not just about reducing speeding, but it's also making better places, making places more attractive for visitors, helping support those local businesses, helping the townsfolk have a bit of fun and create unique identities. So it's a wonderful partnership where we're, and that's why it's called the Safer Speeds and Better Places Partnership, as we're looking at it from all angles. But the idea is, over time, that once we do engage communities in and empower them, literally empower them in being able to feel like that they have some agency in this space, that will lead on to conversations around wanting to have a look at reducing the speed limits in towns, and as a natural progression. So we'll also then, over the next couple of years, develop a roadmap for communities to be able to follow, to have those conversations with their neighbours, with their local businesses, with their local members, with their councillors, with their council staff, in terms of how do we reduce the speed limits. And the state government have said that although that they won't mandate any speed limits across the board, that they would look at it on a case-by-case basis. And so we're wanting to support communities and fast-track that process, essentially, in the midterm. But for now, we're starting on getting people excited and motivated and inspired and involved and engaged in making their places better and safer for everyone. So it's an exciting project. It's doing it a bit of a different way, and congratulations to the Road Safety Commission for giving it a crack. We've got funding for the next 3 years, so we're not going anywhere, unfortunately, for the next 3 years. At least, and yeah, it starts in earnest in the Great Southern in July. So I'm really interested to hear from you guys today, if anyone's interested in getting involved. There's a few ways and means that people can get involved. Essentially, we're building a reference group of local government and state agency people who are interested to help communities and local governments and Main Roads navigate the approvals for these sort of projects. So if there is anyone interested, we have got a few local government engineers on board, but we're definitely up for having some more people involved in that, in building a reference group. If you're a member of local government in particular, I'd love to hear from you. Fortunately for us, Rita Saffioti, the Minister for Transport, has caught wind of this program, is pretty excited about it. So she's helping us work with the Main Roads and the Department of Transport and we're going to be working with them in terms of what is a green light or what is a red light, and when it comes to these projects. Obviously, there's limits to what communities can do. Yeah, but that's it's really encouraging. And then the other part, of course, is it's not all up to us. So the Road Safety Commission, as part of their community grants, which will open around July this year, they will be there's funds available for this sort of stuff essentially through the Road Safety Commission. So for the community groups to apply for their project funding. So if there are any community groups that you're aware of in the Great Southern that you think might be interested in having some fun and doing some placemaking and making their towns better, then we'd love to hear anyone who you think might be interested as well in any of the towns, particularly in the Great Southern, because that's our priority region as of July. Viv, oh, we're back on, all right. You can see the rest of the video.
6 months ago, where the RAC helicopter had to land in one of the paddocks, a gentleman had come off the road just around the bend here, seriously injured.
We are concerned that there is going to be a major fatality in Malalia at any time.
I'm really surprised that the speed limit hasn't been reduced in this town. About 2 or 3 years ago, they reduced the speed limit in the larger towns like Donnybrook and Balingham to 40 kilometres an hour, and that's proven to be hugely successful. But the speed limit in Malalia has been 70 for as long as my neighbour remembers it, and they've lived here 30 years. And there may well be a good reason, but none that we understand and none that we really feel is warranted.
We're looking at a reduction from 70 down to 60.
If we can't get it legally reduced, then we obviously would like to talk today about how we can get people to genuinely slow down a little bit.
Welcome to everybody to attend the Malalia community meeting. I really appreciate the time and energy that everybody will be putting in today.
My name is Jimmy Murphy. I'm the co-founder of Town Team Movements. We're here to support communities be able to do stuff in their communities. It's not about telling government what they should do or council what they should do. It's about what can we do together to make our towns better through placemaking. Placemaking involves people making their own places great. It's about how can they contribute to make it reflective of them. What we're going to do is get your ideas to improve the town, and perhaps that might help reduce speeds. Over the last several decades, there's been increasing amounts of research that suggests that placemaking is a great way to help reduce speeds in town centres. Trees, artworks, things that catch people's eye when they're driving through town, then they'll become instantly more conscientious. I can't wait to hear the placemaking ideas that this town comes up with today and then implements to reduce speeds and make it a safer and better place for everyone.
Something that is synonymous to the town.
We can do something for wildlife, couldn't we?
Quite keen on community events.
Do we have a little weekend village festival?
And barbecues and food trucks and so on. But a fruit tree arboretum in Malalia.
Dress up the park in Christmas and make it really festive for that period of time, or book exchange where people can drop off their books. All right, that's awesome. Great ideas.
I like communities getting together to come out with all the different ideas, and I think that's really good because it gets people talking about it and empowers them to actually do something about it themselves.
It makes people proactive and less of the negativity, which that doesn't really get anybody anywhere. They've come together with some great ideas of what's possible, you know, movie nights and food trucks coming to their town because there's not many food options down here. So it's lovely to hear them all talking and sharing ideas and that each of the groups agree with those ideas. So it sounds like it's something that's very doable, achievable, and I think the local show will jump on board and support them with that.
We've got obviously long-term financial plans and things like that that we've got to look at. So if we've got an understanding of what each small community wants, we can then sort of tailor the long-term financial plan into what the community is looking at. Stopping power is what we want. You know, we want people to stop and patronise these businesses.
To focus on Malalia not as just another road for people to go from A to B, but actually a destination as well.
Haha. We got there. Awesome. Thanks, Viv. You're still in with a job next time on tech duties. Does anyone have any questions? Can anyone see this? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I do have a question. When you talk about murals on the side of the road as traffic calming, how does Main Roads go with that? Because they have the ability to approve or not approve signage in private property if it's adjacent a Main Roads asset, because of the distraction that it provides to that it can give to drivers.
Yeah. That's pretty much been the first question everyone's asked us whenever we've talked about these initiatives, is what does Main Roads think about that? And that's just essentially, luckily, the Minister Safiotti's on board with this, so we're going to be carefully having those conversations with Main Roads, and we have begun those conversations, and we're going to be testing exactly how comfortable they are with certain aspects. So yeah, definitely there's plenty of examples in different areas now where it has worked. So there's a mural on Risley Street in Melville. There's been some stuff down in Fremantle on the streets, and yeah, they were approved.
Or are they on Main Roads?
Or no, not on Main Roads. Risley Street, and they're not. I don't know if they're Main Roads. No. Sorry. Local roads. Yeah. So, I would say, I would imagine that they're not going to let us put a mural on Southwest Highway, but they have got a mural. So Mullallyup they've got a building at on the side of the road that they're going to put a mural up on, with a please consider.
They've got cows through there. They've got painted cows and Crazy Cow Cafe.
Yeah.
Stuff, so,
Yeah, I think they're replacing the Crazy Cow. The cafe was shut down, so they're going to put a new mural on there. Yeah, but that's definitely something that we're going to really work within, and that's why we, our first port of call is working with Main Roads and local government engineers.
Yeah, look, I might be a bit counter-committing, but with the, I thought the idea of road safety was to keep people's eyes on the road and not sort of attract them to look off the road on the highways. But it's interesting to see your opinion on that, because you want to try and keep people looking at the road. People come the other way, people crossing the road. You're saying we should be putting murals on buildings and attracting them to look elsewhere. I just find that unusual.
Yeah, it is unusual. So it's So just to be clear as well, we're definitely not advocating for this stuff on regional roads. So it's just for in town centres. So the focus is on town centres and in main streets. Not talking about regional roads, but I guess the data suggests that essentially when it's just a great way of traffic calming, of having this stuff, because there's people, it creates, a feeling in the driver that they need to be more aware and become more aware of their surroundings and movement, and they just automatically slow down. So that's the idea. Yeah.
Actually, one of the greatest success factors on motorways has been the implementation of the pop-up man holding the child. So if you drive Tonkin Highway and the redevelopment, especially where flyovers go, and you look over the Jersey barrier, there's a larger than normal man holding a child, and they're thanking you for slowing down.
Yeah, right.
So when you talk about not having them on main roads, they're everywhere on main roads.
Yeah.
So, and that's been one of the greatest success factors, is that, you see the adult holding the child and they're waving at you and they're thanking you for slowing down as you pass through the interchange.
Yeah.
There's many interchanges on Tonkin Highway. I don't know if you've drove it, but that has been a nightmare.
Right.
So,
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen that.
clearly they can't
But-
be big enough if you have smoke the
Yeah. Yeah, but that's the sort that, I mean, that's exactly the sort of stuff that we're talking about, you know, and we hope that that'll come out from the communities, you know, those sort of ideas. Is it bailing up who has the scarecrows along the side of the road? And yeah, giant cows and yeah, different things. So yeah, we certainly want to encourage people to come up with their own ideas and imagination, what they can do to reduce speeding and have people become more aware. Cool. Can anyone see it applying in any of their hometowns, any of this stuff? Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure if this is, I'm not from Cranbrook, so maybe they could speak to it, but I'm not sure if you're aware of the Horsepower Highway, but I think that that's been a community-driven initiative where it is regional rather than a town centre, and I have no idea if it's had any impact on speed, but I think they've won several awards now for the work they've done. Maybe someone from Noangrup wants to talk about this rather than me, but yeah, the Horsepower Highway is I'm assuming it's the farmers along Thornby South Road have decorated tractors to all different kinds of themes, so it's become quite the tourist attraction. So it's the road that leads from Noangrup to the Stirling Highway, to the Stirling Ranges. So yeah, it kind of reminds me of this town team movement that community has done that work. So it's just, yeah, a thought.
Is anyone from that town?
Yes, they are. Peter,
Can we adopt them in?
with the white shirt.
Oh, Peter's good. Did you want to let us know?
No was the short answer to that. But yes, if I didn't speak positively, Cassie Beck would find out about it and my name would be mud. A couple of years ago, a group of people trying to find something that was interesting elaborated on Coolan's Horsepower Highway and, Coolan's Tin Horses. Was that Tin Horse Highway? And it developed into a horsepower highway and it became old and unused tractors were being dragged from the back of the shed. They're placed generally up on a bit of a mound inside private property fences along the highway. It's evolved a little over time, and I think the last time anyone did a count there was something like about 35 from the turn-off on the Broom Hill turn-off down to Noangrup, all the way down through Noangrup and on to Chester Pass, down Formby South. I think there's 35. And as is always the way, a little bit of competition, you know, the rusty old thing with no tyres on it has now been brought down to Albany to be sandblasted and professionally painted, and there is some competition. It's definitely getting traction from a tourist point of view. I think Cassie did mention some while ago the huge number of hits on social media. I have no idea how that gets calculated, but she was able to tell us that it was very exciting. The reason that it's been durable, though, is that all of these tractors are on private land, and so the questions about main roads don't come into play or don't have the same restrictions. I do know that they've all had to be a certain setback from the fence line, but they're all fairly close, and it's produced an increase in tourist traffic. It's created a greater number of caravanners that pull up to take photographs. So from a tourist point of view, it's been successful. Don't know how it goes about regarding controlling speed. I don't know. Not sure that there's a tie in there, but from a tourism point of view, can I encourage you all to take a drive through Noangrup? Have a Excellent. Oh, and stop for lunch somewhere too.
Yeah, but we'll certainly, it is going to be a program of trial and error, so, but it sounds like they've definitely got the better place as part of the program, maybe not the safest place. Yes, sir.
Just a quick question about how you evaluate this. I mean, it seems like you've got a couple of places that have started doing things and have at least, you know, if they're not, you know, doing something to the actual road itself, but they're doing something along the side of the road, and they're, you know, essentially making their town centre look like it's really well looked after. And I think that's probably a huge benefit. But I'm just wondering if there's, are they like counting this, doing speed studies or counting the traffic volumes, or if there's any kind of outcomes like that? Because I think once you kind of have that information, you can really make the case that this is a good way to sort of affect, speeds and traffic and safety in your community.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, we'll definitely be encouraging, and that's one of the things that we're hoping local governments will be able to assist with, is the speed counts before and after, before, during and after. The Shire of Donnybrook are quite engaged in the Mullally Up project, so, yeah, we'll be, asking them if they can possibly do the speed counters in Donnybrook. But I guess it is a little bit hard because some of this stuff will take time. I don't think we're expecting quite that we might just throw a few tractors on the side of the road or put a mural on the Crazy Cow Cafe and then suddenly everyone will start doing 30 kilometres an hour. But I think, but it will be a combination of things over time. So, Inglewood, our town team in Inglewood has had a huge success over time in Inglewood, where they, they started with just, dual carriageway. They worked with the city to put in islands and planting trees. They've now, the last couple of years, they've made one of the carriageways parking, so it's only single lane now in parts of Inglewood. So there's on-road parking. They've designed and developed a public space called the Ingle Nooks. They've put a pedestrian crossway across Beaufort Street in Inglewood. And all of those things, and now they've got a 40-kilometre speed limit. So I think that's, to actually, really get to where we want to be, it's going to take time, and it's going to be a number of initiatives. The first thing is positively engaging community to be part of the program, part of the solution, with a longer term view of actually achieving the outcomes. So definitely not naive enough to think put a tractor on the side of the road and everyone will slow down. Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Any other questions? Yeah, the Inglewood one is a really exciting case study. In Leederville, we've done quite a lot of work over the years as well with putting in parklets, and I don't know if anyone's been to Leederville the last couple of years, but there's lots of outdoor seating now, and which was really great for them during COVID. So they pull out car bays and put in tables and chairs, and it's called parklets, and so people can sit and eat out the front of the restaurants, and it really creates like a cool sort of outdoor dining hall, and that's really, having people on the streets really, important in terms of heightening people's awareness and indicating, be a bit more careful. Cool. So this is the Beaufort Street Festival, just as an example. This was probably the first really big town team initiative, hundreds of thousands. Well, I think they got over 100,000 people along Beaufort Street in Highgate, and it was a real sort of the reinvigoration of street festivals, certainly for Perth. I know Subiaco had a big street festival, and there's certainly a few down in Fremantle before that, but it was a real big moment for Perth, probably about 7 or 8 years ago, or maybe more now, when they did this. But again, Beaufort Street, you can see the big 40 kilometres an hour there in the middle. That was driven by the town team to get Beaufort Street down to 40 kilometres an hour, which is quite successful over time. Next one. Oh yeah, then this is our Inglewood example. So the night markets, just such a great way of engaging the community. With quite famous Monday night markets, and interestingly they put the markets in the middle of town but still have and it's basically on one side of the street, but they still have the other lane open to traffic, so cars can still drive through. So there's cars driving through the middle of a market, which I've always found quite fascinating, but it certainly works, and it doesn't stop people from coming down. It's been South Freo Porch Fest. So this was a cool example. Again, during COVID, was an idea from our South Fremantle town team. They, and it's actually an idea they pinched from America. It's quite a big thing, porch fests in America, but the idea is having bands play on people's porches while people stand in the street and watch. Super fun, and thousands of people came and enjoyed some local music from their neighbourhood street in South Freo, looking into the homes. There was about 5 homes with 5 different stages, different bands playing. It was pretty cool. This is an example in Leederville where we just shut off the street and just put a whole bunch of chalk down, and kids and families literally just covered the whole street in chalk. It only took them a couple of hours. We had games and local businesses got involved, and that was also a great way to engage the community in these sorts of conversations. We're just having some fun. Walk, Ride and Stride Day in Vic Park. This was more of an active transport initiative driven by a Vic Park town team, but that was a great success involving just more around encouraging people to ride their bikes. But yeah, with the Community Street Festival. And there's the Book of Doing, which you've all got a copy of, so hopefully you enjoy having a flick through that, and feel free to pass it around. Is there any other questions before we move on? No? Cool. Thanks for having me. Hope you found it valuable.
Thank you so much, Jimmy, for sharing all of that information with us. I'm sure that there's some interesting things, especially from a local government perspective, but also from an individual community member perspective. We are all more than just the roles that we are here to represent today, so thank you for that. So now we're going to move on to our panel discussion in the afternoon. So I'm going to invite the panel members up, though I do notice that Brad has ducked away. I'm sure he'll be back in a second. I think that we have 4 panel members today. We have Jimmy, who, please don't run away, you're on our panel this afternoon. We have Sergeant Grimes and Brad Lenton from Main Roads, who hopefully is coming back in a second, and Michael Lears, who are all going to come and be our panel members today. The discussion is going to be on, with a question we have posed, I thought you'd come back, is reducing the speed limit an option for reducing killed or serious injury crashes? I know there's a number of people who've touched on this throughout today, so hopefully we can have a really good discussion about it and see how we go. So if the panel members would like to come up and take a seat down here, might turn the lights on.
We can move our chairs forward a bit, shall we? Or we're happy with that? I think we're happy. There, yeah.
We do only have one microphone, so I'll ask you to pass it amongst yourselves, and also if we can just repeat the question briefly so that everybody can hear what's going on, and if you have a question, speak nice and loudly so they can hear it. So thanks very much. I'm going to hand it to you, Brad. Thank you very much. If you want to kick us off with maybe posing the question again, which is here.
Actually, I just wanted to point out that some of those tractors are in the road reserve, which proved to be a challenge at the start, which we overcome by calling them art. So they're no longer a vehicle, they're art. What was the question?
So the question is...
You should have read the question.
I did.
I'm here to answer them, not read the question.
Is reducing the speed limit an option for reducing killed or serious injury crashes?
Yes. Over to you.
Thanks. I think things like that are always an option. Things have got to be considered, but I think it's dangerous to look at just to reduce the serious crash and fatals, just to look at one avenue of the contributing factors. There's a whole pile of contributing factors to serious and fatal crashes, not just speed. So if you go to the extremities and you look at Albany Highway being a 110 zone, say we reduce that to 60, let's exaggerate it, you would expect there'd be less crashes. But that still doesn't stop the impairment driving and the inattention and people using their phones. So I think it's dangerous to just look at one aspect of fatal and serious, trying to reduce them when there's so many contributing factors.
Yeah, I agree with that comment. I think reducing the default speed on sealed or unsealed roads is also dangerous from an economic effect, particularly on industry. And how do you measure the benefit when there's so many variables involved in any kind of accident? And particularly when we look at accidents on the unsealed road network, which I'd say many of the local governments here, like the Shire of Manjimup, would have the overwhelming road network would be unsealed, and people driving 100 kilometres or even 80 kilometres on an unsealed road's probably dangerous, even though the default speed's 110. So you reduce it to 100. It's not going to make that much difference to someone coming unstuck on a gravel road.
I'm not a road safety expert. I'm a community guy, but I would say from a lay person's perspective, I'm definitely a believer in that. But I mean, the faster you go, the worse the trauma's going to be, obviously. That's kind of just seems to make a lot of sense to me. But I have seen some of the data in terms of the guy showed me Melbourne, the trauma associated with Melbourne is less per capita, and they attribute that to the reduction because they've got a 100 speed limit maximum in Victoria, whereas we're still at 110, and so that was interesting to look at some of that data. I know you're not meant to compare other states being parochial Western Australia, but you know, it is interesting if you do compare Victoria with WA in terms of the data. It seems to stack up that there is less road trauma with 100 speed limit reduction. So I'm a believer.
Lived in Victoria for 20 years, lived in Melbourne, did a lot of speed reduction projects, particularly in the urban environment, involving planting trees. Some of those trees will be quite big by now, and certainly in an urban environment, trees are great at reducing speed. In a regional environment, I don't know if they are so great, particularly where the Shire where I work, which is Manjimup, all carry forest. Big trees tend to have, well, they blend, and it's not a speed reducing element. I think in an urban environment, definitely speed reduction is a great thing and an easy thing to do too, particularly from the placemaking point of view. It creates a lot of vibrancy for those urban areas and brings them to life. However, on regional roads, regional unsealed roads, I just think it's, ultimately I think it's going to be technology that makes our driving safer, particularly when you think of safe systems. Road design, expensive, time-consuming. Is it 100%? Even with main roads, you know, shoulder sealing, run-off road program, we still have objects within the 6 metre clearance zone, and on a 100 kilometre road, is a 6 metre clearance zone going to prevent a fatality? You know, I don't think so. You know, maybe it needs to be 20 metres, in which case we're going to have obstacles throughout the place. Sorry, I forgot your name.
Derek.
As Derek was saying, there's so many variables around an accident that speed should not be looked at in isolation.
Back to you. I'm really keen to hear from some of the experts because they're way smarter than I am. But I'll expand on my yes. So, in the Great Southern region, we have a unique opportunity, I believe, to embrace a 100 speed limit on all our roads. Albany Highway is probably the only one that comes close to being suitable for 110, and most other roads in the Great Southern in particular, a lot like Victoria, aren't really suitable for it. And I don't believe that we're ever going to reach a point where they are. So some smart people have mentioned already that, was it over 50% of crashes result in fatalities on 110 roads? If we just took the opportunity to reduce it to 100, we could then measure whether that's going to make an impact. If we sit here and hypothesise any longer, what's going to happen is that those fatalities are going to keep happening. So we can try and engineer things out, but we could also take a proactive approach and embrace lower speed limits on certain roads, starting with a default limit, and see how that goes.
So I'll just clarify, because it was me that talked about the 50%. So jurisdictions that have a default of 100 do post roads up to 110. So WA and Northern Territory, which are the ones with defaults above 100, other jurisdictions do have 110, but WA accounts for 50% of the fatalities in Australia that are in 110 zones. So, you know, the prevalence of 110 zones, our attitude towards them, all contribute to that. I am interested in your comment, Michael, about the economics of it. So in WA, the road trauma that we can calculate, so that doesn't include the flow-on effect to family and community. So when I say the flow-on effect, you know, if you've got a 40-odd-year-old farmer with kids still in primary school and his wife, and he gets taken out in a crash, you know, the flow-on effect to that family and their economic position is significant. We can't calculate that. So when I say road trauma costs WA about $2 billion a year, that's what we can calculate. In relation to speed and economics, I'd be really interested in how you've come to your view, because we have got industry participants in the freight industry, such as toll, who have a deliberate decision made on economics that they limit all of their freight vehicles to 90 kilometres an hour. So 10 kilometres under the speed limit that their vehicles are actually allowed to travel at, which most would say time costs money, but in actual fact, Toll has calculated that that speed reduction, the reduction in wear and tear, the reduction in issues regarding fatigue crashes and all those sorts of things, fuel, are all worth it. And in travel time changes in relation to speed difference isn't actually as great as most people think. So I'm just wondering, and would like to hear more about your view in relation to the cost of it.
Thanks. A couple of years ago, the community was asked whether it would consider reducing speeds, particularly on open roads, and the overwhelming feedback, which was particularly from not just transport companies but also from the agricultural industry, was no, based on economics. Where they get their data from, that I'm unsure. So I'm speaking on behalf of our community when I say that. When I say the economics.
So where was that?
Shire of Manjimup.
Oh, so just in the Shire of
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just add to that. With the, if you look at the deaths per population, I can probably speak out.
Okay, well, I've made a little
Hi, people online. Just adding to that, if you look at the deaths per population across the different jurisdictions, WA's the worst state with deaths per population, so it's about 6.2 or 3 deaths per 100,000 people. The eastern seaboard, all of those states over there where they've got defaults of 100 are about half what we are getting in this state. So they're around the 3.5 to 4 deaths per population. The only significant difference between the eastern seaboard and Western Australia and Northern Territory is that default speed limit, where we have 110. Our roads are in pretty good nick if you compare them to some of the eastern states' roads. So that speed factor does play a big difference. And it also enables us, you know, you say what the difference is of having a default that's 100 on a gravel road. The difference it makes is that we can then post down other roads that are sealed, that might be parallel routes to 100, without worrying about shifting traffic from the sealed road to a gravel lower standard road where people can potentially go 110 by default. And we also did some calculations looking at the effect on the general public. When you take into consideration the truck fleet, all have to... Caravans, trailers, anything towing, anything over 22 tonne, buses over 5 tonne, all of those vehicles are all regulated down to 100 anyway, based on their licence, or less. And just to add to Teresa's point about the toll vehicles, in the Pilbara there's 2 mining companies that have also followed suit and have regulated their vehicles down to 90 for the similar reasons. And all the PBS vehicles at Main Roads licences, there's the performance-based standards vehicles, they're all operating at 90 as well. So there is a lot of information and facts around how much more efficient it is, how much it saves them in terms of wear and tear, fuel consumption, emissions, etc., along with the safety benefits as well.
Sorry to pick on you. It's just that you said most of the things that I'm interested in. In relation to unsealed roads, I'll come back to some research that was done by the Road Safety Commission in 2019, but you also made a point about us having to wait for the technology in vehicles. So how do you envisage the technology in vehicles being able to save us on unsealed roads? Because, for example, my vehicle has lane departure warning and correction system. It only works where the line markings are there, and we've had the comment earlier today that it's unrealistic to think we're going to seal all of our unsealed roads. So how is the technology going to help us, or are you going to wait for complete anti-collisions to kick in?
Yeah, definitely. So the time frame to make the unsealed road network safer and to within some kind of Ausroad standards where we're reducing crashes, because I think to have any kind of default limit on an unsealed road is probably dangerous. Even though I'm advocating for not reducing it, I think having a default road, having a default speed limit of 100 kilometres on an unsealed road, there's still room for fatalities. We had a recent fatality down near Pemberton a couple of years ago. That vehicle was deemed to be doing around 70 to 80 k's, similar with one in Balbarra on a gravel road. So the 100 kilometres would still be too much. I think the time frame to get our unsealed network to some kind of standard where it's deemed safe would take years and billions of dollars. I think the technology that's coming out in vehicles, particularly crash protection, crash prevention type technology, will probably come around a lot quicker.
I just wanted to say something about technology. I love technology when it works. I just want to introduce this. This is a pet hate of mine. I never use cruise control because I don't believe that it knows when I'm asleep. And I have this theory that most of our single vehicle run-off road crashes are caused because of cruise control. It doesn't know when you've dropped off, and you'll just hit that tree at 110. So look, if nothing else, stop using cruise control. It's my personal opinion. Be in control of your own vehicle and be in control of your own destiny.
Just on that, we find a lot, especially on the highway, etc., going through towns, that people fail to turn their cruise control off. So they're still going through Tenterden at 110. A lot of people set their cruise control higher than 110, 115, because they don't think they're going to be stopped. Next minute they go through Tenterden at 19, through a 90 zone, still with cruise control. So you just got to make sure you turn that off as well.
Thanks, Viv. Whether you support lowering speeds or not, there's tons and tons of evidence that shows that it reduces the risk of having a crash in the first place and also reduces the severity of the crash. The clearest example in WA was the 50 urban default. When that was introduced, there was a very significant dip in killed and serious injury crashes. What I'm interested in, the thing that stops, or the enabling thing for reducing speeds to provide lots of benefits beyond safety. There's, amenity, social benefits, so the stuff that Jimmy was talking about, is the political and you need political and community support for that. I wonder, have any of you got views on how we could leverage that not in my backyard? So most people want to be able to jump in their car and drive probably more than 110 from Albany to Perth, but they don't want anyone going faster than 30 in their street. So I wonder if there's anything we can take from that to try and use that to progress some of the benefits that you get from lowering speeds. Oh.
Who's answering that one?
Better go to Councillor Bell because he's going to freak out.
Do you guys want to answer Terry Ann's question first, and then Councillor Bell and Councillor
I really like my job, so I'm not going to say anything more controversial other than this is my personal opinion. I still, like I said, I've been advocating for lower speeds for a long time. And I think, again, to reiterate, that the Great Southern is well placed to at least trial lowering the speed limit or the maximum speed limit, the default speed limit or whatever, just to see what happens. If at the end of it doesn't work, then so be it. But I'm pretty confident that we will actually see some measurable benefits over time in the reduction of KSIs in Great Southern. So we keep harping on about, there's the fatality rate was, probably 10-ish or roundabouts there every year. But we've had at least 5 times more serious injury crashes, which would have been fatalities, if not for enhancements to car safety. So airbags, whatever. They've saved so many lives, but we're still losing people that we don't need to lose. So just think about that for a minute.
Did anyone else from the panel want to address Terry Ann's question?
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, my view on it, it's an interesting comment, the NIMBYs of the roads. Couple of things come to my mind, like certainly my experience in I'm a former local councillor, so I've a local government background, and constantly, so I've been a community member and on the other side of the fence, and time and time again I have found that, often those people most passionate about this stuff can actually be turned around, and I think, in that case, someone who's passionately advocating for the protection of their children or whatever in their street, but don't actually see the bigger picture, could be taken on a journey, and that's part of what we're going to be trying to do with our community toolkit, and we'll have a section on there which will be borrowed from the RAC actually, and it'll be conversations around the barbecue, around speeding, and so we're going to have just simple stats and facts that people can talk about and to get a bigger perspective of this issue and why it's an issue, and then what can be done about it. So that's definitely something that we're hoping, and just generally drawing more awareness into this space, I think, is important. Because I think, from a local government perspective, it's the same thing. Like everyone will agree that, oh no, we can't have urban sprawl, but then, I can't, can't have that. You can't have that development next to my house either. So, I think that education is all we can do, really.
I think it'll be a hard thing to do, to try and not only agree that people protect their own area, but then highway, whatever.
It's on, is it?
I'm in agreement with keeping the speed limit at 110. Sorry, Brad, but you look at the conditions of the roads today compared 20, 30 years ago, the sort of tyres we have, the advancement in the vehicles, airbags and suspensions and all sorts of things. If you can't do 110 on Albany Highway, then you should catch a bus. Simple as that, you know. We're that far advanced with road design, vehicle design, and it all comes down to driver behaviour. And I just think that we're not teaching people to drive properly. We have parents teaching their kids and teaching them bad habits. I've driven well over 4 million kilometres, anything from road trains to motorbikes, never had an accident, never put a scratch on a vehicle, because when I learnt to drive, I was taught properly. And once I got my licence, I observed and I learned from other people's driving habits. But it doesn't matter what we do, ultimately it comes down to the driver, and that's where our attention should be. The only other comment I'll make is I was pretty annoyed the other day when I was watching TV and the state government, who is rich and at the moment, and I know they've got to spread their spoils, but they announced $100 million for a bicycle and pedestrian crossing over the Swan River. Meanwhile, they're spending, alongside of that, millions of dollars on cycleways in Perth. I don't know whether you've travelled the highway between Brookton and Beverley. There's a section of road there that carts a lot of heavy equipment. You know, it's a commodity route. It's the worst bit of road I've ever seen. And yet the government's spending millions and millions and millions of dollars in and around Perth for pedestrian ways and cycleways. The government needs to spend more of these spoils on the roads that need it. But ultimately, it comes down to driver behaviour. Yeah.
Well, I'd agree with that. Driver behaviour is one of the main things that we see. But when you're looking at reducing the speed as well, if you do reduce the speed a little bit, you're increasing reaction times and all that sort of stuff, braking distances and that. So it's a to and fro as well. I'm not saying one or the other. It's just what we're actually saying. But if you do drop, then you've got your reaction times are better, your impact speeds are better, you've got better time to handle the vehicle. But it's not so much the standards of the vehicles, it's going back to driver behaviour.
Thanks, Darren. Sorry, Chris. Gonna get my steps up.
Maybe I don't need a mic. Yeah, all right, thanks guys. I guess, you know, since the early 60s we've been doing 65 mile an hour, which is over 100 kilometres an hour. Vehicles have certainly got a lot better, and I personally believe that technology is certainly going to be the answer. Whilst we need white lines at the moment for our cars to be lane correct, for a few $1,000s farmers can get a tractor that'll drive within 20 mil of a line, so that technology is already there. And I have no doubt it will be available as soon as there's a commercial option for the manufacturers to do so. When it comes to my personal opinion, it's probably for the first time a little bit different to Mr Lenton's. I believe that people have a choice. So if you're on a road that's it's foggy, or it's a corrugated gravel road, or the sun's in your eyes, you don't have to drive at 110. You can drive at whatever speed you think you need to be safely to get to your destination. You're responsible yourself, you're responsible for your passengers, and responsible for other road users. And there's plenty of examples of that. When it comes to the statistics here in Perth, I don't think there's a road that's over 100 kilometres an hour, even the freeways. And yet in the Great Southern, we're both sitting at 35.9 fatalities per 100,000 people. So I'm not sure how them stats weigh up with the... but in the country, we do got to travel long distances, and some people that have got the appropriate skill set and clear vision and good cars might be able to do 110. I guess the issue I see is, well, the question I got for the panel is that in the Great Southern, it's a third of 0.1% is the fatalities or serious injuries per 100,000. And if we take the 5 points that our local police put up there earlier with, you know, drink driving and inattention and everything that may not be directly related to someone doing exactly 110, then it's fair to say it could be probably only 0.1%. So should the rest of us be penalised when we want to get to our destination in the safest manner and our vehicles fully attentive, just for that very, very small percentage of the population? That's my question.
I think all those areas of contributors to those crashes all got to be looked at, within their own drive. We can have fatals, serious crash, and not involving speed. So that's what I was saying initially. It's from our point of view, we need to be careful of, what are those contributing factors we're looking at? Because it's not always speed, sometimes it is. So a lot of the times it might be a single vehicle car versus tree, and it could be inattention or fatigue. Or they could have been going too fast around the corner. Sometimes it's hard to work it out if there's no skid marks or anything. So there's a couple of contributing factors it could have been. So we just got to be careful not to put it all into one category, whether it's speeding or whether it's inattention. But sometimes the figures may not give the true result. So they're all contributing factors to it. But certainly if you reduce the speed, just like if you reduce the drink drivers and impaired drivers, then there'll be less serious crash and fatals.
I think, vehicle technology is all very exciting, but WA has one of the oldest fleets in Australia, and regional WA actually has an older fleet than Perth or the Perth metropolitan area, and calculations estimate that for vehicle technology to get to a level of saturation in the fleet, that it is going to make a significant difference on reducing road trauma. It will take us about 20 to 25 years from the time that technology is available from manufacturers. So it's a way off. In the meantime, people are going to continue to make mistakes. The Road Safety Commission's data and what they put out says that deliberate risk-taking behaviours account for under 30% of deaths on our roads. So whilst it's the police, and you do a great job, it's your job to look for those behaviours and call it out on behalf of all of us. And that's when you do your investigation. That's what you're looking for. Is there somebody that we need to pursue because of a deliberate decision they've made or a risk that they've taken that they didn't need to take? The rest of it is people making mistakes. Sometimes that's an error of judgment. And that's why I think I mentioned the first principle of the safe system approach, which is the system that and the approach that we sign up to, is that people make mistakes and all of the other parts of the system, whether that's our roads, our cars, our medical system, speeds, I'll come back to that one, all have to compensate. And it's basic physics. The faster you go, the harder you're going to hit something and the less time you've got to react when something goes wrong. So that's something, if I can get you all to just take that home with you and think about that, that would be great. And I'll just give you a little example of how little travel speed, reducing your speed, time difference it can make. So we did a bit of a pilot or a trial, whatever you'd like to call it, from Esperance to Kalgoorlie a few years ago. One vehicle sat 10 kilometres under every posted speed limit all of the way and under the default speed limit. The other vehicle sat directly on the speed limit. So Kalgoorlie, Esperance, I think it's about 400 or so Ks. Sorry? 390. 390, I'm told. There was about 15 minutes difference. And I was the driver of the vehicle. I had to do the 10 Ks under. I had a much more relaxing drive because one of the other contributing factors to crashes on our roads is speed differential. And that's where you talk about if you've got vehicles travelling at 90 or 100 and others are allowed to go 110, whether it's frustration or passing manoeuvres or all those sorts of things, that contributes to crashes. Sorry, I'm giving you a lecture, but it's my, and I'm not even in road safety. And the same similar experiment with Indian Ocean Drive. Some of you may recall there was a few years ago where there was a spate of about 7 or 8 fatalities in a very short period of time. They dropped that from 110 to 100, and it was one song on the radio difference between your travel time from the beginning of that 100k zone to the end of it. And if one song saves somebody's life, then fantastic. I'm all for it. So, yep, I agree. Vehicle technology is going to save some of us, but it's going to be a while before it happens. Physics, basic, rules regarding physics and speed and impact has to be taken into account. And by logic, that says the slower you go, the less impact force there is. That all comes back onto you as the most vulnerable thing in the collision. What did you want me to add?
No, it's fine.
Okay. I can talk all afternoon about this.
Thank you.
I had a question for Jimmy. It would be remiss of us not to mention applications for speed zone reduction by local government. We did a survey about a year ago now, a little bit more, and it showed that basically half of those applications to get the speed limit reduced were being rejected. And Main Roads has a policy about speed zone reductions or speed zone changes, and local governments have to meet certain criteria to get those speed limit reductions through. And it seems like some of the things that you're doing with the town teams, sort of enhancing the urban environment, that's essentially changing the character of a road. And so I'm just wondering if there's been a connection made between kind of local government interests about which roads they would like to see lower speed limits on and sort of some of the activities of the town team. And I'm not sure that quite fits in the philosophy, but it seems like maybe the part that's missing from some of the local government applications to get speed limits reduced is kind of a community element where people are really doing something about it, or changing that environment themselves. So maybe there's a connection maybe to be made there between, people doing work as part of a town team and sort of the local government's objectives in terms of seeing certain roads that they maintain and control have the speed limit reduced.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. When I used to sit on council at City Vincent, and we issued a big survey because even on our own council we weren't sure whether we wanted to reduce the speed limits, and it was basically guided by the community. So we did a large community survey and got everyone to say yes or no in terms of speed limit reduction, and it wasn't a resounding yes, actually. It was pretty close. It was only about, I think from memory, 56% said yes and 44 said no, but that was enough for us to make a decision to proceed with it. So it was definitely community-led, and some of it was a little bit controversial, yeah, in certain parts of the community, but overall I think people were into it, and this is going back quite a few years now. I think the general mindset of people in WA are a bit more open to speed limit reductions now than what they weren't, other than the gentleman in the back of the room there and Michael next to me, but I'd say you're starting to become the minority. But I think in order for those decisions to be made, there has to be evidence that the community want it, and that's kind of, I guess, what we're although we're not like speed limit reduction vigilantes or anything, but we're certainly wanting to support communities in that journey if they want to do that, and help them along the way. Yeah, and so we sort of very much parochial in that sense of communities should have the ability to reduce their speeds in their communities if that's something that the community wants. If it's not something the community wants, then that's totally fine too. So that's our position.
Make that connection to local government,
Yeah, community-led all the way. Yeah, and that's how you get things done in our experience in this arena. Yeah.
I'd just like to add one thing is when you look at the regional high-speed network in WA, there's about 20,000 kilometres of network that's speed zoned at 110 and sealed. There's 90,000 kilometres of gravel tracks and roads that are subject to 110. And I guess that's, when we're talking about the default limit, you know, those 90,000 kilometres of road are never, ever. I know someone mentioned it'll take years. No, it'll never happen. They will never be brought to a standard, be afforded to be a standard that can be travelled at 110 kilometres an hour. So how do we deal with those if we're not going to tackle speed? And I think Teresa wanted to add one more thing, so I'll let her talk again.
At the risk of never getting invited back again, but leveraging off that discussion about unsealed roads and community demand or appetite for things. In 2019, I was actually working in the Road Safety Commission, and we did large-scale community consultation, including a survey. That survey got over 3,000 adult responses, and more than half of those were from regional or remote WA. Within that survey, we presented 4 photos, so I'll just give you the whole picture. One of the photos was an unsealed road, pretty typical. One of them was a sealed but narrow road with no line markings. One of them was a fairly typical sealed road with line markings, you know, one carriageway going either way, probably what a lot of your network looks like. And one was a nice road, nice wide road, sealed shoulders, audible edge lines, barriers and so forth. And we just asked for respondents to say what did they think was a safe speed for each one of those photos. And I originally come from the wheat belt. I was fully expecting all the metropolitan respondents to have a different view about the unsealed road and the narrow sealed road with no line markings. But when we split it into those 2 cohorts, more than 60% of both cohorts said that the unsealed road and the narrow sealed road with no line markings was safe at 80 kilometres an hour, which is a far call from where we're at. And I'd love to hear your view on that.
Just want to put the record a bit straight. I'm not staunchly defending the default speed limit. What I'm defending is those roads that are speed zoned as 110 stay as 110. The problem with the default speed limit is for main roads to come out and speed zone a road, it has to be standard width, minimum 5.4 metres wide. It has to have line marking, which becomes an impost, a financial impost. So they have this default. With unsealed roads, it's because of the changing conditions. Some people may be able to drive any kind of gravel road on 110. I don't think I've ever been on a gravel road that fast, and I've done a lot of gravel roads. Yes, but because of the changing conditions, it's hard to put a speed limit on it. So I'm not defending I'm not trying to defend we keep the default speed limit. I think ultimately, and we're talking about behaviour, all roads should be driven to their condition. And we hint at this, and we've even said this before today. All roads should be driven to their condition and your ability to maintain driving that road safely. I'll go back to defending South West Highway, Albany Highway, any highway that's 110, keep it as 110. It's been technically assessed as safe to drive at that speed, and I think it should be kept at that speed.
And I actually agree. It's about building the infrastructure to the speed that you want to travel at. And over time, when vehicles get smarter and safer, that can change again, you know, and it could go higher if the vehicles that we've got don't protect us. And further to that survey that I've just talked about that we did in 2019, we actually did some modelling which dropped the default to 100. Sorry. So we did some modelling in 2019 which dropped the default to 100 but posted all highways in WA up to 110. With that and a certain amount of investment in our infrastructure, which wasn't a lot more than we're doing now, we could actually get a 50% reduction in killed and serious injuries. So it's a good model, and it can work, and it works like a lot of the other jurisdictions. They have a default of 100, but they post their roads that are of a certain standard up to 110. There's one jurisdiction actually has more than 2 defaults. So we have an urban default and we have an open road default. They actually have a 3rd default, which is for unsealed roads. Yeah, I know.
We have one final question.
Thank you. Just while we're sitting here, 2 further serious crashes this afternoon. One, Condin Hyden Road, which is, according to our system here, on the 110 zone, a single vehicle rollover, looks like he's hit a kangaroo. So all the contributing factors that Derek is talking about, you know, would he rolled, you know, if he had been doing 100 or 90 or whatever, so lots of consideration. So it just goes to show that it's a very complex issue, and you know, a lot of thought needs to go into it. And just finally, I'm reliably informed that the panel members are under oath here this afternoon. So if anyone's got any personal questions, I've got some for Derek. Feel free.
Thank you very much. I think we'll just wrap it up. I really want to thank the panel for putting yourselves out there to take the questions from the audience. We really appreciate that, and I think that this has been a fantastic discussion where we've heard lots of different perspectives, but in a really nice, respectful way, and hopefully that those conversations can continue beyond this forum. In one moment, I'm going to hand over to Linda for some final remarks. Just before we do that, I think I want to acknowledge the Road Safety Commission for their support of this event, and the Cranbrook RoadWise Committee for their organisation of this event. In your folders on your desk, there is a really short evaluation that we would really appreciate if you could just take 1 minute to fill out, so that we can think about this event in future years. So just fill it out and leave it on your desk or your table, or hand it to Viv or myself, and we'll collect those at the end. But thank you so much for your participation in the day. And I'll just hand over to Linda Gray now, who's the CEO from the Shire of Cranbrook, for some closing remarks and to send us on our way. Thank you.
I promise I'll be short. I'd like to thank the Cranbrook Sporting Club for their delicious food, and Vivian for her hard work in pulling this event together, and of course to the West Australian Local Government Association for the funding. Thank you. There's been a range of speakers demonstrating the responsibilities that fall within the area of reducing road trauma. This forum has discussed the link between building safer roads and some of the tools now available to local government. And I'd like to thank Main Roads in regard to providing us with an auditor who can assist us with our black spot applications. For those not in local government, that has actually been a little bit of a block to some of the eligibility of the applications. Other speakers talked about changing driver behaviour through education, and I think we all enjoyed the talk from the National Resource Centre for Migrant Empowerment. I don't know why, but the video on road safety was so much more powerful in Mandarin. It was really quite interesting. WA Police has been well representative today and talked about deterrents such as increased RBTs as tools to promote road safety. And I'd really like to thank the Superintendent for the police presence here. It's always a benefit to these sort of forums. I certainly will be looking more closely at the Shire Management's policy on road safety. I definitely think the Shire of Cranbrook will benefit from it. And let's face it, it's so much easier than having to write it from scratch. So thank you. Once again, thank you to everybody for your time. Drive home safely, don't speed. Don't put your seatbelt on and don't get distracted. Thank you very much.